Hello Concalve. I'm eating. I'm coming, huh? I just finished eating and I'm here. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Et... Hop. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. I am here. I am here. I'm here. I'm on living room stream on big TV. Very nice. Hello, big TV. Very cool. Okay. How are you, go Calv? Good, I guess. Well, since you're on the TV, I guess you cannot answer me, as quick as usual. Nice, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good at you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yesterday, I finally started to code, or at least to design my new website that I want to do. And so I'm going to do that after tech news. Finally, I have some code to do, you know? Finally. So yeah. Also have the mobile app tuning. Okay. Okay, so you can answer. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go to the tech news. Our new development. Hello, Tito, how are you? Ah, can't leave this one. Wait, but I wanted to have the thing with Pete Hexet. Anthropic. Voilà. Where can I watch this without a paywall? The psychic site. Yes, I have started the psychic site. I will actually do it. I will actually, yeah, I will do it. I will do it, I'm good. I just woke up. Okay, nice. Well, good morning. Good morning. And is it possible to have... Ah, voilà. Breaking defense. The hill. Mm. Oh, news. Voilà. Okay, that's what I want to. Did you try Gemini 3.1? No, it was released 3 hours ago, so I did not have the chance to taste it yet, but we will read it. We will read it just after. We will read the blog article and some news article, about Gemini 3.1, yeah. I don't have more premium requests this month on my company Copilot. Oh, really? Sad. Well, back to prehistoric coding, right? It's kind of like when when you would craft fire with 2 pieces of wood, right? Compared to modern cooking, right? Now you need to write the code yourself. It's crazy. I don't understand how your company allows this to happen. Okay, this is below human rights to me. GPT-5 mini is free. Okay. Yeah, on Copilot on Copilot too. It's free. I think in Cursor it's free too. I mean, back when I was still using Cursor, it was free. So I guess it's the same. Yeah, I mean, GPT-5 mini is okay. So yeah. So first topic. I thought it was funny because it kind of proceeds on the last stream where I think I talked about this and how like the Pentagon is annoyed at Anthropic because Anthropic, from their high tower of philosophical AI alignment, they don't want to let people use AI. you know, in some ways. And you know, it turns out, unfortunately, that the military, the U.S. military, wants to use AI for its military, but you know, the military has to kill people. That's the goal of the of a military at the end of the day. And so yeah, and basically Anthropic is it seems that Anthropic just discovered that the military has actually to kill people, you know? And so they're like, oh no, we don't want to deploy the autonomous AI, blah, blah, blah. But and I think it's funny now Pete Hexet uh has starting to rant about this. I think this is a bit funny to witness. Um, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is close. Is close to cutting business ties with Anthropic and designating the AI company a supply chain risk, meaning anyone who wants to do business with the U.S. military has to cut ties with the company. That's crazy. A senior Pentagon official told Axios. The senior official said it will be an enormous pain in the ass to disentangle, and we are going to make sure they pay a price for forcing our hand like this. Yeah, so because basically, like, I think Anthropic has gotten a few big contracts with the Pentagon alongside OpenAI, alongside maybe Grok, you know, XAI and Google. And out of the four big AI companies, Anthropic is the only one that's very annoying to the Pentagon, you know, high-ranking officers and managers and whatever. Because they always want to look very specifically at everything they do, and they always want to pass every decision that the military might take through the ethics filter or whatever. That is, you know, a very serious topic at Anthropic, because you know, like every day, Dario Amodei, the CEO, is you know, is sending all these big philosophical essays on the Anthropic Slack, you know. That all the employees needs to review, of course, you know, and to read, to understand the deep philosophical implications of Anthropic's leading role in the next generations of, you know, AI models that might become AGI very soon. And then, you know, Anthropics will have this role in making sure AI doesn't go, you know, doesn't provoke an apocalypse, right? But they have this very big, like, you know, self-aggrandizing philosophical vision of their mission at Anthropic. And it seems that it's clashing in a very big way with the Pentagon. And I think this is just funny. But the other side of the story is that, of course, you know, maybe the Pentagon, especially within the Trump administration, is probably, you know, on the ethics scale, I guess, is the lowest that it could be, right? They want to allow AI to do anything and everything, even though the AI might not be ready for that yet, right? Because the AI models are still not perfect. So maybe there's also this going on behind the scenes. I'm not sure, because of course nobody is behind the scene. I mean, apart from these guys. So, you know, we don't really know what's happening. But yeah, something is happening. The big picture, Anthropic's Claude is the only AI model currently available in the military's classified system and is the world leader for many business applications. Pentagon officials heartily praise Claude's capabilities, which is real, right? Like with OpenAI right now, they are, you know, they have the state-of-the-art models. As a sign of how embedded the software already is within the military, Claude was used during the Maduro raid in January, as Axios reported. Breaking it down, Anthropic and the Pentagon have held months of contentious negotiations over the terms under which the military can use Claude. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei takes these issues very seriously. That's right. But he's a pragmatist. Pragmatist, bon. Anthropic is prepared to loosen its current terms of use, but wants to ensure its tools aren't used to spy on Americans en masse or to develop weapons that fire with no human involvement. The Pentagon claims that's unduly restrictive and that there are all sorts of gray areas that would make it unworkable to operate on such terms. Pentagon officials are insisting in negotiations with Anthropic and three other big AI labs, OpenAI, Google, and xAI, that the military be able to use their tools for all lawful purposes. Yeah, including, killing people, of course, because this is at the end of the day the job of the military. A new familiar with the dynamics said a source familiar with the dynamics said senior defense officials have been frustrated with Anthropic for some time and embraced the opportunity to pick a public fight. The other side, existing mass surveillance law doesn't contemplate AI. The Pentagon can already collect troves of people's information from social media posts to concealed carry permits, and there are privacy concerns. AI can supercharge that authority to target civilians. That's true. But yeah, as it says, yeah, it's not like the AI will be the enabler, right? Like it's already happening. The government and the NSA and like we know, right? Like the US government, the NSA, the Pentagon have been using computing to do all kinds of very shady stuff when it comes to intelligence and surveillance. So yeah, not new. Huh? An Anthropic spokesperson said, "We are having productive conversations in good faith with Department of War." That's the new name of the Defense Department. Now it's the Department of War, on how to continue that work and get these new and complex issues right. Yeah. The spokesperson reiterated the company's commitment to using frontier AI for national security. I think Claude was the first to be used on classified networks. The stakes: designating Anthropic as supply chain risk would require the plethora of companies that do business with the Pentagon to certify that they don't use Claude in their own workflows. Damn. That would be like a bit heavy-handed, huh? I think. Some of them almost certainly do, given the wide reach of Anthropic, which recently said 8 of the 10 biggest US companies use Claude. Yeah, I mean, Claude makes good models, for sure. The contracts the Pentagon is threatening to cancel is valued at up to 200 million, a small fraction of Anthropic's 14 billion in annual revenue. Friction point: a senior administration official said that competing models are just behind. Yeah, I mean, bon, I guess Gemini right now is a bit behind, and all the others, I guess, yeah, are still quite behind. XAI models are a bit behind too, right? When it comes to the American companies. When it comes to specialized government applications, it's only OpenAI right now that is either at the same range or maybe slightly above, especially with 5.3 codecs now, above Anthropic's performance. So yeah. The intrigue: the Pentagon's hardball with Anthropic sets the tone for its negotiations with OpenAI, Google, and xAI, all of which have agreed to remove their safeguards for use in the military's unclassified system, but are not yet used for more sensitive classified work. Interesting. Yeah, so Anthropic is in a state of privilege in a way. I guess that's why they allow themselves, right, to be so picky about how the Pentagon is using, because they are in a state of privilege compared to the three others. That's funny. But look, I think it's not going to be like this for very long, because Trump is the president, Hegseth is the defense minister, secretary. Elon Musk is are politically closer to him, and Elon Musk has XAI. I mean, the problem is that XAI models are even below the Google models that are also slightly below Anthropic. But I guess like you know, OpenAI could very well compete with Anthropic in this domain, like especially since the models are very similar nowadays. You know, and if and I think it's just well, interesting because if Anthropic and it's I think it's interesting because it also resonates with all the latest moves by Anthropic when it comes to young startups using cloud code to make new open source tools, and Anthropic is like bashing them on the head, right, because of their ethics stance. It seems, like to the point where they seem almost to despise what people are doing and building around their own model, which is crazy to me. But it really seems to be in the same like vein of Anthropic being a bit a bit too cocky and too arrogant in a way, right? A senior administration official said the Pentagon is confident that the other three will agree to all lawful use standards. But a source familiar with those discussions said much is still undecided. Yeah. I mean, also, we don't know what the Pentagon wants to do with this, right? Like, they are not going to make that public because everything is top secret, of course. So we're not sure. But, I mean, I can imagine Trump's Pentagon wanting to do some crazy, reckless things with the system. So in a way, maybe Anthropic is not too much to blame. But even though in the correct context, it seems probable that the philosophical stance of the company might be to blame to an extent for this weird like positioning. But on to the next topic. Gemini 3.1 Pro released a few hours ago, right? Like 3 or 4 hours ago. So it's fresh news out of the fish market. Okay, the freshest news you've ever seen. Gemini 3.1 Pro, a smarter model for your most complex tasks. 3.1 Pro is designed for tasks where a simple answer isn't enough. Let me see. Okay, it's a small article. We're going to read it all. Last week we released a major update to Gemini 3 Deep Think. Okay, so that's a Gemini app, deep research, deep think, whatever, I guess, right? Not sure. Deep Think. A major upgrade to Deep Think, our specialized reasoning mode built to push the frontier. No, it's not deep research, actually. The new Deep Think is now available in the Gemini app for Google AI Ultra. It's like, I guess it's the Google's version of Gemini, of the GPT 5.x Pro, like in the ChatGPT when you are on the $200, there is like a pro version that is like you using the highest amount of token possible. I guess it's that, but the Google version of that. Yeah, and it's also only available to the $200 plus subscribers. Deep Think. And we're making Deep Think available via the Gemini API to select researchers and engineers and enterprises. Okay, so it's gated yet. It's not widely available. Okay. So last week they released 3 Deep Think, and to solve modern challenges across science, research, and engineering, but basically nobody's using it, right? So today we're releasing the upgraded core intelligence that makes those breakthroughs possible. Gemini 3.1 Pro. We are shipping 3.1 Pro across our consumer and developer products. So that means the Gemini app and the Google AI Studio, right? To bring this process in, and I guess also in the Gemini CLI. Is it Gemini? Let's try to see. What's going on? But maybe it will try to update itself. Yeah, it will try to update itself. We are shipping 3.1 Pro across our consumer and developer product that bring this progress in intelligence to our everyday applications. Starting today, 3.1 Pro is rolling out for developers in preview via the Gemini API in Google AI Studio, okay? The Gemini CLI. So it's in preview. But at the same time, Gemini 3 Pro was always in preview. they never, like, in the API code, it was always flash preview and pro preview. So I don't know what Google means when they say preview, because like it was the actual model, yeah? Our agentic development platform, Anti-Gravity and Android Studio. Okay, so across the board. For enterprises, in Vertex AI and Gemini Enterprise, and for consumers via the Gemini app and Notebook LM. Okay, nice. Building on the Gemini 3 series, 3.1 Pro represents a step forward in core reasoning. 3.1 Pro is a smarter, more capable baseline for complex problem solving. This is reflected in our progress on rigorous benchmarks. On ArcAGI2, a benchmark that evaluates a model's ability to solve entirely new logic patterns. Yep. 3.1 Pro achieved a verified score of 77.1. That's a lot, no? Wait a minute. Oh my god. ArcAGI2 and Gemini 3 Pro had only 31%. So they went from 31 to 77%. That's crazy. Like ArcAGI2, was supposed to be the big new hard stuff that was very hard to saturate, basically, because ArcAGI1 has been saturated already by the 77 already. So we are past 50%. Damn. Okay, this is impressive. Like the 77% in ArcAGI2 is actually impressive, because I don't think there's ArcAGI3 yet. ArcAGI3? Ah, no, there is an ArcAGI3 actually. Coming March. No, it's not yet out. It will come. I guess it's because they probably, I guess they got in touch with Google and they noticed that, oh, fuck, Google is already saturating ArcAGI2, even though it's been out like less than a year. So now we're doing ArcAGI3 to give some new challenges. Okay, so it comes out March 25th. Ah, damn. It goes fast, huh, nowadays. Things go fast. When was ArcAGI2 released? Like, how many months did it take to saturate the benchmark already? Because when you get to 77%, like it's only a matter of tweaking to get to 100%, right? ArcAGI2. When was this published? ArcAGI2. There's no official launch video. 10 months ago. So less than a year. Less than a year ago, ArcAGI2 was released, and just like when ArcAGI2, the latest SOTA state-of-the-art models could only achieve like 5 or 7%, right? And now boom, 77 already. That's crazy. Look at this graph. Look at this graph. Humanities last exam. So humanities last exam, it's like very hard expert questions. 37 to 44. Okay. Search plus code. GPQA Diamond. Bon, it's an old benchmark, so okay. Terminal bench. Terminal bench is interesting for the the CLI aspect. From 56 to 68. Pretty good. But GPT 5.3 codex is better at Terminal Bench. Sweetbench verified. Like, why didn't they put the numbers for 5.3 codecs? Because it's obviously, is it not available? Ah, maybe 5.3 codecs is only available within codecs. Maybe it's not available in the API actually. Yeah, I guess that's why they can't do it. Yeah, okay, no, so that's fair. Interesting. GPT 5.2, yeah, is in the API. I'm wondering why. Maybe 5.3 is just specialized in coding. That's why. Interesting. Sweetbench verified, okay, but now the new Sweetbench that people should look at is the Sweetbench Pro. From 43 to 54, good. But you can still see that, you know, abstract reasoning puzzles. Yeah. And I think Sweetbench Pro is basically like a bunch of, you know, software engineering tasks across different languages. So we are still not saturating this, huh? But the abstract reasoning puzzles of RKGI2, like RKGI2, you know, just for those who don't know, it's a benchmark that was made specifically for exercises that were very easy for humans but very hard for LLMs. And it's basically little puzzles where you need to visually analyze what's happening. And humans do it very easily, but AIs, well, until now, were not very good at it. But I guess now, yeah, not anymore. Live Code Bench Pro, I don't know this one. Okay, way better. Bon, I guess the only thing we can compare to is, yeah, 4.6, Opus, Sonnet, and 5.2. I'm looking at all three. 44, 34, 44, 50, 70. Yeah, Opus 5.6, 4.6 was already at 68% of RKGI2. I didn't see that. I don't remember. Ah, yeah. Yeah, so RKGI2 is already saturated. Okay. GPQA. Yeah, yeah. Scicode, scientific research coding. Well, roughly the same. 59 though. Apex agents, long horizon professional tasks. That's interesting. 33%. Long horizon. GDP val AALO. Ah, yeah, the GDP val benchmark is also interesting because this benchmark is about like tasks that have been gathered from a real world like Fiverr or Upwork, you know, tasks basically like freelance tasks, you know, that would, as in the name, contribute to GDP, right? So it's also an interesting benchmark to check the GDP val. It's basically like how can the model do, you know, real Upwork software engineering work basically that real freelance people are taking on. But there is no percentages though. Sad. But yeah, it's funny that Sonnet 4.6 is better at this than Opus 4.6. That's interesting. And better than 3.1 Pro. Why is that? It's funny. T2 bench, agentic tool use, I guess it's also terminal based, right? 99. Retail and telecom. Is it? I'm not sure. MCP Atlas, multi-step workflows using MCP. Okay. Bon, okay. Browse comp, agentic search. Search plus Python plus browse. 85%. Opus 4.6 is at 84. Yeah. And GPT 5.2 is still at 65. Yeah, so the 5.3 codex compared to 5.2 from OpenAI is really just about the coding, yeah? Because like 5.3 codex is not better as a general, you know, general agent. Like Opus 4.6 is way better as a general agent compared to 5.2 right now. Browse count. MMU Pro, multimodal understanding and reasoning. Less. Okay, bon, same. MMLU, okay. It's funny that, like, because MMLU, MMU Pro, even like GPQA Diamond, those are like old benchmarks, right? Like they are 2 or 3 years old. And you still don't get 99% or 100%, you know? There are still like some percentages that they can't do. MRCR, long context performance, 120K and 1 million. Point-wise. 8 needle. It's like a needle in a stack. So you need to find like one piece of information into a gigantic amount of text. I guess that's what it is, right? So it's a bit better, but not crazy better. Okay. Okay, yeah, so the most impressive thing here about Gemini 3.1 Pro here is the RKGI 2, which means that 3.1 Pro, I mean, compared to the Gemini 3, and compared even to GPT 5.2 or the others, like the Claude models, so Gemini 3.1 Pro is better at visual reasoning, I guess. Yeah. It's also good at terminal bench, but it's still behind Codex, 5.3 Codex in coding. So I guess people are not going to switch to Gemini 3.1 Pro yet for the coding aspect. But it's funny that the abstract reasoning puzzles, it solves it more. I'm wondering about the consequences of that. Like, does it mean that Gemini 3.1 Pro can be a better reasoner, like in the overview of a project, you know? Or maybe can reason better about like the different parts of a project and how they fit into each other and what the consequences will be if you move one thing and you know? Because it's one thing to be able to one-shot coding tasks or whatever. It's another thing to be able to, you know, have the correct understanding and reasoning associated with a big, you know, or a complex project or something, and know how things can interact with each other. And I have noticed already that Gemini 3 Pro, compared to, I guess it was 5.1 and 5.4.5, I personally noticed in one of my you know, coding experiments that Gemini 3 Pro was way better than the others at reasoning about CSS, like very complex CSS layering and interactions, you know, like that would produce visual artifacts that, of course, the LLM by itself cannot see, that I would have to explain, and he would have to infer like what the visual artifact source problem was in the CSS and in the elements you know, styling, interacting with each other. And I noticed that Gemini 3 Pro was very good at that. So I guess it kind of makes sense now. But I guess it would make sense only for the 3 Pro, not the 3.1, because I didn't try the 3.1. Even though but they don't put the scores for the previous models that I tested it against. So I guess now it's even better than before. So yeah, visual reasoning, maybe CSS, I guess it's a bit better for front. Maybe I guess I need to try maybe front end with Gemini 3.1 Pro. That would be interesting. I don't know. How are you? We're reading the new model from Google, Gemini 3.1, that just released a few hours ago. Intelligence applied. 3.1 Pro 3.1 Pro is designed for tasks where a simpler answer isn't enough, taking advanced reasoning and making it useful for your hardest challenges. This improved intelligence can help in practical applications, whether you're looking for a clear visual explanation of a complex topic a way to synthesize a data into a single view or bringing a creative project to life. Yeah, so it seems that, I mean, at least in their wording, it seems to be good at visual things, right? I mean, you know, and Gemini 3 Pro was pretty good with that already. Yeah, stuff like that. Ah, that's exactly what I'm trying to work on right now for my new project. Stuff like this. That's pretty cool. If Gemini 3.1 Pro could be a great like front end, you know, animation, styling model, that would be great because, you know, oh yeah, that's way better. Damn. Good at you. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. That's a bit exciting, huh? That they can do real cool animations like that. Because, you know, one thing that the LLMs have always kind of sucked at, and I guess the one that sucked less at it was 4 point, was like the Claude models. They were the best at front end styling and stuff like that, usually. But they still had some, you know, annoying smells about them, right? Like you can feel the, you know, the purple gradient AI smell, right? That was always there. Would be cool if we finally have a new model that's just better at visual things. Especially though those kinds of animations like that. It's so good to, you know, bring some front end websites to life, right? And to make it, you know, to make it to make it have a personality. It's very cool. Code-based animation 3.1 Pro can generate website-ready animated SVGs directly from a text prompt because these are built in pure code rather than pixels. They remain crisp at any scale and maintain incredibly small file sizes compared to traditional video. I'm going to test that after the tech news because I actually need to literally do this, and 5.3 codecs failed at that. So I'm going to try it. Ah, yeah. Okay. Mm. It really reminds me of the kind of things that we've seen when they released Gemini 3 Pro, you know, when they like paid a bunch of, they sponsored a bunch of YouTubers, you know, to make all those videos about look what you can do with Gemini 3 Pro, and they made these visual schemas or 3D demos, right? About like, oh look, we can see, and you can do a Rubik's Cube or whatever, you know, very complex Rubik's Cube or what 3D simulations. But I guess it's even more like this. And to, you know, to be fair, I haven't used, I think most people don't use the LLM's models to do these kinds of stuff. But we should more because I guess it's kind of cool, you know? Alors, a complex 3D styling murmuration. It doesn't just generate the visual code, it builds an immersive experience where users can manipulate the flock with hand tracking and listens to a generative score that shifts based on the burst movements for researchers and designers. This provides a powerful way to prototype sensory-rich interfaces. Bon, this is still a very simple kind of simulation. It's not anything complex, right? Like the voids are like the voids are very standard. Alors, Creative Coding 3.1 Pro can translate literary themes into functional code. I don't see any theme here apart from the image. This is just images on the black background. Like, how is this a theme? Well, okay. When prompted to build a modern personal portfolio for Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights, the model didn't just summarize the text, it reasoned through the novel's atmospheric tone to design a sleek, contemporary interface, creating a website that captures the essence of the protagonist. Very cool. What's next? Since releasing Gemini 3 Pro in November, yeah, your feedback and the pace of progress have driven these rapid improvements. Especially since like Gemini 3 Pro, people found out very quickly, had a number of quirks that made it a bit weird and unstable to use sometimes. And I even encountered these quirks. Sometimes like, you know, there would be some typical like LLM misbehavior or weirdities that we had at the very beginning, you know, back when like ChatGPT was new and Bing, you know, was an LLM, you know, like at the very beginning, the first year in 2022 or 3, I don't remember. Like for example, Gemini 3 Pro sometimes had this, you know, LLM bug of repeating the same word again, 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 again. And sometimes I even stumbled upon a bug where I would ask about something and it would, I guess, maybe look up something about the subject and talk to me about like the latest news about the subject, even though I asked about something else in the original prompt. Like I remember I asked about what are the main principles behind Mr. Beast's thumbnails in his YouTube videos. And Gemini answered with something like, "Oh yeah, Mr. Beast, like there's some drama, no, no, no. He got some news, like bad news. That's crazy. Like he got burned for this and that." And I was like, "Whoa," you know. So this kind, and so you know, at the same time, like Gemini 5.2 or 5.1 at the time, or Gemini Opus 4.5 or Sonnet did not have these quirks, and so I think that's what, you know, people try Gemini 3 Pro. They appreciated the, you know, it was a state of the art model, but because of all these quirks, people were like, maybe I'll come back later when they fix the the annoying stuff, you know. And that's basically what I thought too. So I hope that now with 3.1 Pro, they fixed the quirkiness, right? We are releasing 3.1 Pro in preview today to validate these updates. Good, I guess, and continue to make further advancements in areas such as ambitious agentic workflows before we make it generally available soon. Starting today, Gemini 3.1 Pro in the Gemini app is rolling out with higher limits for users with the Google AI Pro and Ultra plans. Okay. 3.1 Pro is also available now on Notebook LM exclusively for Pro and Ultra users. Okay. Yeah, the Notebook LM. I guess a bigger aspect, a bigger access to Notebook LM is probably one of the thing that might make me subscribe to the Google AI Pro. It's like $20 per month, like all the others. Because now on the free Notebook LM, like you can clearly see that they shrunk the size of the report that you get compared to before. That's a bit annoying to me because Notebook LM sometimes is very useful. But now they shrunk it, for the free users. It's yeah. And developers and enterprises can access 3.1 Pro now in preview in the Gemini API via AI Studio, Anti-Gravity, Vertex, Gemini, Gemini CLI. We can't wait to see what you build and discover it. Yeah, okay. Can I have 3.1? No config settings. Preview models. I would like to have the preview models, sir. What service you pay, petit pois? Right now, I'm paying for Anthropic and ChatGPT Plus. So I'm paying $20, $20. And maybe I will pay Google. I'm not sure. I mean, even though Google, bon, right now I don't use Google that much, the Gemini. I guess I'm ready to pay $60 per month, even though it would be a bit too much. I would prefer to have like 2 subscriptions rather than 3. Even though, bon, 3 like $60 per month. You know, if I use it, it's fine. You know, I almost when I was back when I was using Cursor at some point, I almost switched from the $20 per month to the $60, just because every time with Cursor, every 15 of the month, half of the month, I always you know, spent all my tokens, and that was a bit annoying. So I really thought about switching to the $60 per month, but I didn't do it because I wanted to switch to, you know, NeoVim and the CLI stuff. So now that I use the CLI, I use Cloud Code and Codex, GPT Codex. Yeah. And basically Gemini is the one that I told myself that I need to test it more. But now that 3.1 is out, I think it's a good moment to go back to testing Gemini, you know, like daily. I would like to have the 3.1, sir. Can I have the 3.1, sir? Three, model, 3. Choose a specific Gemini model on startup, use the model flag. Ah. What if I put model Gemini 3.1? Gemini 3.1? No? Ah, yes. You have to do it like this. Okay. I got lucky that it's exactly how it's. What model are you? Ah, we are currently experiencing high demand. Ay. We apologize and appreciate your patience. Keep trying, keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. Oh, yeah, of course. Google's GPUs are saturated. Oh, sad. I know API error. Request entity was not found. I know maybe it was it's the wrong name. Wait a minute. Gemini API should be there, right? Gemini 3.1 Pro. Gemini 3.1 Pro preview. Okay, maybe it's this one that I need to. Gemini model 3.1 Pro preview. Ah, yeah, so they just add whatever I type. That's a bit fucked up. Bon. Hello. Keep trying. Aye. You don't have access to 3.1 preview? I need to be on the waiting list? Is there a waiting list? What? You typically reach Anthropic limit on Pro? Yes, very often. Yeah. The Anthropic limit on Pro, I have like one or two, I work on just like one or two feature and I hit it very, very easily. On Codex, the limits are way higher. Like on Codex, I very rarely go below 50% of the 5-hour limit. You know, I mean above, because Codex and Anthropic counts the 5-hour limits in reverse. Like the Anthropic counts the tokens used to the max, and Codex says the number of tokens that you have left. But the 50, I cross, like, yeah. Every time I start to use Claude, after like 30 minutes or an hour, I always max out my 5-hour limit. And with Codex, I never do. So like the Codex limits are like 5 times more than Anthropic. It's crazy. And right now I have set up Anthropic mostly for my OpenClaw, because right now I'm not using my OpenClaw very much. So at least voilà. And it seems, and like the recommended agents for OpenClaw is Anthropic. But for coding, I use mostly Codex nowadays. And I guess 5-hour limit. Yeah, so in Anthropic and in Anthropic and in Anthropic and attends, wait a minute. And voilà. Is there any? Okay. In Anthropic and OpenAI, there is this 5-hour usage limit that is probably different from Copilot, but in OpenAI and Anthropic, they both have it. So basically, you have two limits. You have a weekly limit that refreshes and a 5-hour limit. You have the weekly and the 5-hour, and both Codex and Cloud Code have this. And basically, my 5-hour limit with Anthropic, I reach it very easily, and with Codex, almost never. My weekly usage limit, sometimes I think I Codex once I got to like 20% something, but it's very rare. And with Anthropic, I never hit it, because it's just that the 5-hour limit at Anthropic with the Cloud Code is so quickly reached that like you don't even have the it also counts the other the raw ChatGPT. It's funny. Yeah. And that's also why nowadays I like OpenAI more, because there's just more tokens per dollar, like there's just more coding tasks per dollar compared to Anthropic. Anthropic is a bit expensive. This is like drug dealers. First they gave for free, then you became dependent, then start paying. Yeah, but like, it's just that for now, I guess it's, especially on the part of OpenAI here, I think it's free enough. Like, I mean, it's not free, you pay for it, but it's cheap enough for me to be like, okay, I'm gonna use Codex more than Anthropic. It's just that now, like, the one thing I'm wondering right now is that if Google, who has also more larger limits compared to OpenAI right now, compared to Anthropic, I think, I'm not sure if Google's limits are even bigger. Oh no, I need to test it. Um, maybe I will switch from Anthropic to Gemini, just for the finance aspect and be if 3.1 is a real SOTA compared to 4.6, Opus 4.6. And there's also another, like if at some point OpenAI, Anthropic, Gemini increase the prices, what will happen is that I think I'm gonna switch to open code as the harness, and I'm just going to use all those cheap Chinese SOTA models that are very close to the performance of the American AI labs companies. Like there's GLM5 that I need to review, that I need to test, but of course, I'm not testing it because it takes time to test, and I already need to test Gemini, and I didn't. So look, like GLM5, look at the performance. It's the same as Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3 Pro. So it's good, like for code, for most coding tasks, it's good. And it's crazy cheap. I think you can have, like the equivalent of the GLM subscription from ZAI for the same amount of tokens as ChatGPT or Anthropic or whatever. You pay like $3 per month instead of 20. So it's crazy cheap. And now there's also Minimax 2.5 from this Chinese company too. That is also crazy cheap. And also pretty good, like very close to SOTA. Very close to SOTA. You see, like Sweetbench Pro. It just comes very close. It's not above, right? It's still a bit behind, but not that far behind, right? It's the red one here, 2.5. So, like it's good, So look, right now, I just have a few habits with Anthropic and Codex, but if at some point, they restrain the prices, I might just go with the Chinese models because they're just so cheap. They're so cheap, and they get, they get, they're getting pretty good. And if you even want the dirt cheapest possible, just use DeepSeek. But DeepSeek is not specifically, the best SOTA right now. But it's definitely the cheapest. Like the DeepSeek prices are crazy cheap. Look at this, 3.2. Bon, it's only 228K context length, but for most things, it's okay. Look at this. Cash, like 1 million input tokens, 28 cents. And if you hit the cash, it's divided by 10. That's crazy. That's crazy. DeepSeek are like dirt cheap and pretty good also. $20 is too much for me. Okay. Well, then if $20 is too much for you, you could use those Chinese AI models then. Because, like GLM5, last time I checked, it was $3 something. Let's see. Monthly. And they raised their prices. They did raise their prices a bit. For some time it was $3, or maybe it was the yearly. Not sure. No. Okay, they raised the prices a bit. Guess it was promotional. So $10. 3x usage of the quote flow plan. And a Minimax, I'm wondering about Minimax. Do they have like a subscription? Or do they only have API? Coding plan. Coding plan Minimax. I know it's still expensive. No, starter $10. Yeah, okay. Okay, so all the Chinese have aligned to $10. Okay. Yeah, so even the Chinese are getting pricier. So I guess you just have DeepSeek. DeepSeek, I'm wondering. Subscription. And those Chinese models integrate how on VS Code and NeoVim. I think they integrate probably a bit less, even though, to be fair, I don't know much about those, so I'm not sure. Do DeepSeek must have like subscription, no? DeepSeek subscription. I don't know. DeepSeek does not have a subscription. Oh, really? They don't. They just have an API. That's interesting. Well, at the same time, it's so cheap that maybe maybe it's still worth it. Yeah. So yeah, I need to know how do I get access to 3.1 Pro? Try it for free in Google AI Studio. Preview. Yeah. Hello. How can I help you today? What model are you? Bon, I know. Yeah, well, okay, it's there. There is no like little check mark about what model is used. Bon, typical Google, typical, Google, Google weird UI. Gemini 3.1 Pro CLI. How can I test it? God damn it. I don't know what's new. Complex problem solving. We're shipping 3.1 Pro at scale, being on a problem go to. Alors, identity to solve tougher problems, giving you the reason depth your business needs. You can bring disparate data into a single view, visualize complex topics, and solve challenges that require deep context and planning. Gemini CLI. I would really like to use 3.1 in Gemini, my dear. Let's go on the GitHub. Did they release a new one? Because I think Gemini CLI is open source, actually. Yeah, it's an open source AI agents. I always forget about this, right? That Gemini CLI is an open source project too. So if you want, you can fork Gemini CLI. I always forget about this. The release 29.4. Where is it? Latest. Full change log. Support 3.1 preview. Okay. So, keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. Stop. What is status? No, status about 39 for 9. Yeah, no, so it should be good. Model. Ah, manual. Ah, mais non. Mais it's not in the CLI. Oh, it's not in the CLI. Is it because I'm in Europe? Is it because I'm in Europe? Oh, uh, Gemini, 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 Gemini. Model, no. Manual. Yeah, it's not there. Ah. Oh. But it's not there, huh? As often with Google, right? They announce that something is available and it's just not. It's a bit annoying. It always happens with them. You know, like Google just released Gemini on Gmail or whatever. Might never see it. But okay. So when I will be able to test it for coding with the Gemini CLI, I will tell you. And I think I will actually try to. Why is it? It's future dated. Future dated. It's dated from tomorrow, February 20. We are on the 19th, and the article is dated for tomorrow. Did they launch early or something? That's funny. Try now. Gemini Enterprise. I would like to try now. Not in Vertex. Ah, I want to try in the CLI. I'm sure there are people complaining. Yeah, add add voilà, 3.1 previews in the model list. Yep, I show you. We are working on it. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's funny because they added it before in the release, but they forgot to add it to the model list of the CLI. I'm going to leave this issue open to deduplicate against, but be aware that we have been tracking progress on this elsewhere since we've been working on it since before 3.1 was announced. Well, yeah, why? Why is it like I don't understand how it was not. They just forgot that their CLI had a model list. That's weird. Oh, and in anti-gravity, wait, maybe I need to update anti-gravity just to confirm that Google, you know, struggles with this. Out of date. Out of date. 1.16. Let me check something. It's always with Google, huh? That they pull off the annoying things like this. What's the number? What's the version? Tell me about the version. Changelog 1.18. I'm still at, yeah, so I'm not going to have it, I guess, right? Or maybe if it's backend driven, maybe I could still get it, even with an old. Oh yeah, that's my new app, by the way. I mean, the project of my new app. Ah voilà, Gemini 3.1 Pro. Ah, it's in anti-gravity actually. It's there. Ah, it's there. Very nice. It's there. Eh ben, let's try it real quick. In mockups advanced for SVG files have a dark light theme button. It is a bit weird. Please refactor it and make it visually better and cleaner. You know, like the best toggle it can be. So I'm using 3.1 Pro High. It's so annoying that their conversation mode is called fast and planning. As if not planning is fast. But sometimes not planning can be long. But for some reason they call it fast. And it's not typical Google, right? It's different from the thinking level, right? It's not fast. They don't mean here fast as in like thinking level fast. No, it's fast like not planning. But this is how you set up the thinking level. You know, like typical classic Google. You know? Classic Google. 3.1 is not available. Oh. Download update. Instruction to update. Yeah. No. No, I don't want to use the EUR. Oh. It's annoying. Bon, I can't use it. Nothing has been pushed. No. 1.16, 1.5, yeah. No. No. I don't have it. Bon, okay. I guess I will wait a day or two to review Gemini 5.3.1 Pro. As often as is often the case. Okay, it's all they have, right? As an article or something. But since I can't test it myself, maybe they wrote some more blog articles or something? No. What about X.com? I'm sure some influencers have been sponsored to publish some Gemini 3.1 threads, right? No way. Wait a minute. Pause. Barack Obama said the aliens are real. Trump, he's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake giving out classified information. Wait a minute. Pause. Alien pause, please. So aliens are real. Oh, fuck. He's not supposed to be doing that. This is true, okay? Oh my god, Trump. He's the best. Oh my god, he's so stupid. Oh my god. Oh, this is amazing. Barack Obama said aliens are real, and then Trump is like, oh yeah, he's not supposed to be doing that. He's giving out classified information because, you know, this is real and he's not supposed to. Oh, god damn it, dude. This is crazy. He's the best, you know? Attends. Oh, this is too good. I don't know. Oh my god. He just realized, you know, it took 5 seconds for him to realize, oh fuck, what did I just say? Oh yeah, it's just the exact same thing as ah. Oh my god. Ah. I don't have an opinion. Or Barack Obama just gave classified information about this. But me, I don't have an opinion on it. Oh, this is great. This is great. What I may get? Wait, what? I'll get him out of trouble. Yeah, he's judging now. This is just hilarious. Okay, back to the Gemini 3.1 Pro. If you use the plug, can you show me how you use the CLI on LazyVim? Ah, yes. Yes. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go to the open up. So I open LazyVim like this. Alors, I do space E. Wait, you don't see. Let me just do this like this. So space E to open a Neo tree. Okay, so I have my documents. This is a NeoVim session. I have so I have bindings to link to basically pursue the last NeoVim session. So NV for me is restoring the last session of the current folder. Okay, that's how I do my that's how I do it usually. It's similar to VS Code this way, you know. And space E to open Neo tree. I tried the Snacks Explorer, but I didn't like it, and it would not update sometimes after I've used some LLMs. So I went back to Neo tree, and it does update when the LLMs changes files and stuff. Same for the Git status of files. So to me, it's a bit better. And I use the LLM now. I have modified my so if you do on NeoVim like this, control and then slash bar, you will have I put mine, it opens the terminal, the embedded terminal in NeoVim, in LazyVim. There is an embedded terminal that you can toggle off and on with control plus slash bar like this. Okay, I hope you are listening to me, Gokal. It's just that I have put it vertically instead of horizontally. The default, I think, is opening the terminal horizontally. I just put it vertically. It's a config that you need to set up somewhere. Yes, I'm listening. Okay. Voilà, so I changed something in the config. I don't remember where, but I just asked ChatGPT to change the default terminal to be vertical. Okay, so the embedded terminal. So it opens like this, and then I do, for example, Claude, and I do my stuff here. You know, and if I want, I use Codex too. Voilà, and I do my stuff here. And then on the right, I have on the middle, I have the file. Here I have the file tree, and here I have the terminal. And if you want to change the size of the pane, you need to be normal mode. So if you're in the terminal, as you see here, I am in terminal mode right now. So I need to do esc to go back to normal mode, and then you need to do control, and then you need to use the arrow key, or the arrow keys, I think, to change the size like this. Voilà, and that's how you do that. You can also do the same with this. To switch the cursor like this, I do control plus HJKL to navigate like this. So here I do HL, I guess. No, L and H, yeah. Voilà. I think I do control FT. Ah, yeah, you can also do control FT. Control FT. It's just that for me it's a bit annoying. So to me the easiest keybind, because you know my keyboard is weird. The easiest keybind for me for the terminal is to use this one. It's the control plus slash bar. And then how you switch to code without the mouse? I mean, from CLI to code. You mean when I switch files? How do I switch files, you mean? What do you mean switch to code? Switch to VS Code? Switch to code. Because like when I switch files, I just go to Neo3 and I press enter, and it changes the file, you know? Switch from the CLI window to the code window. Ah, I do control plus HJKL. Control plus HJKL. Control plus HJKL. So you know, if I have if I have another terminal here, for example, that I do often when I do my web dev stuff, I do KJ to go up down, up down, up down, left right, left right, left right. Really? I think it doesn't work for me. Control and HJKL? I'm using Copilot CLI. Well, the control plus HJKL should be a lazy Vim thing, not a NeoVim thing. Not a CLI thing, you know? Also, are you using a NeoVim plugin for Copilot? Because then maybe some things are different. Because here I am not using, I mean, I'm using the plugin for Cloud Code to allow Cloud Code in the terminal here to see like the current file open, the current buffer opened. It gets stuck at prompt CLI window. Prompt CLI window. Ah, you need to press ESC 2 times to get back into normal mode. if in the corner here, you see on the corner left, it should be to you, like here, if I try to do Control plus J or H, well, it does work actually, but usually it should not work. Usually you need to be in normal mode like this, you know, because when you are in the terminal and you press I, instead of insert, you go into terminal mode, like here, you know. And to get out of the terminal mode, you need to press ESC in lazy Vim. I think there's another way. I think it's like Control Alt backslash something. Yeah. But you like to be able to switch like this, you know, you need to be in normal mode to be able to switch between panes like this. You need to be in normal mode. If you're not in normal mode, it doesn't work. Voilà. And then when you're in terminal mode, you are stuck until you get boom into normal mode. And then you want, you know, when you want to write stuff in the terminal, you go into terminal mode, and when you don't, you get back to normal mode like this. And in normal mode, basically, your terminal becomes, you know, like a text file, like a buffer, you know, so you can yank whatever you want, you know. It becomes like any text file basically. And if you press I, boom, it gives back into terminal behavior. But how you go to terminal mode? I press I. Terminal mode is the insert mode of the terminal. You know, the embedded terminal of lazy Vim. You know, so basically in a normal buffer, you know, when you press I, you go into insert mode here. You know, well, in a terminal, instead of insert mode, you have terminal mode. Voilà. And to get out of the terminal mode, instead of one escape key, you need to press it twice quickly. You need to do esc, you know, because sometimes the terminal can expose the escape key to navigate right in the terminal CLI. So that's why you need to have another key, and the key usually in lazy Vim is esc. Don't tell people how to leave Vim. It's a learning experience. It's not even how to leave Vim. We want to stay in Vim. No, here is just to leave the terminal. Because, yeah, it's a bit annoying sometimes. Yeah, and typically for my Claude code, for example, sometimes I actually had to override the escape key, like the close keybind of Claude Code, because Claude Code already keybinded escape to close Claude Code. So if I just wanted to go back to normal mode without closing Claude Code, I needed to so I overwrote some key bindings on Claude Code. With Codex, I think it's okay. But yeah, it's something to have in mind. Sometimes some keybinds can conflict, you know, between the CLI and NeoVim and the lazy Vim. And you have a plugin for auto completion? Yes, I have the GitHub Copilot auto completion. I think I can show you lazy. What is lazy? Lazy Vim? No, lazy. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been a while I've updated, I guess. So what am I doing? What's happening? Oh no, what did I do? What the fuck? Oula. Oh no, I broke my Vim. Oh fuck. Oh no, I broke it. Oh, I should not have updated it. Fuck. Oh, noise is fuck. Bon, but I'll have to. Bon, sad. I should not have update. I never update your Neofim, your lazy Vim. Oh, oh, sad. Ah ouais, noise doesn't work, so I don't have the. Great. Well, but I'll do that after. Well, let me finish the tech news first, okay? And then I'll answer your question. Okay. There's also Grok 4.2. Grok 4.2. Another one that I'm probably not going to test because it's too much, too many models. Critical feedback, unlike previous Grok 4.2 is able to learn rapidly, so there will be improvements every week with release notes. Okay. Are there news articles about this? I'm not sure. No. Well, there's Grok image thing. But yeah, so I have the for GitHub. I do have the plugin for autocompletion. I have the GitHub Copilot autocomplete thing. Yeah. Oh, picture. Bon, okay. No articles, no blogs. Blog 4.2, is there a blog article somewhere? Grok, no, there's no blog articles. Bon. For Grok 4.2 is based. Okay, like if there's one thing that we don't care about much is this. 7 January. Okay, bon, they launched a new model, no blog article, no explanation. Bon, okay, whatever. But I also wanted to look at 3.5 5.3 codex Spark. That's not the correct. No, it's not this. I wanted to look at 3.5 codex Spark. Where is it? Home. Codex. Because it's basically a smaller version of 5.3 codex. Whoa. OpenAI. Can you please give me... Ah voilà, Codex Spark. Ah ouais, with the Cerebras. Did I talk about this? Maybe I didn't. I did already. But yeah, so it's basically faster. Faster 5.3 codex. I guess with low reasoning. Yeah, so it's way faster. Plan a project. Wow. Ah, yeah. I think it goes hand in hand with like what Anthropic does with the fast mode. But fast mode is like 2.5 times the price. No, 2.5 times the speed, but 6 times the price. Anthropic models are really for people who have too much money on their hands. Because goddamn, Anthropic is going to get it all, huh? It's going to get all your money. Okay, today also Google announced, or maybe yesterday, Lyria 3 Yeah, yesterday actually. So it's a new music generation model in Gemini that lets you turn any idea of photo or video into a high fidelity track with custom lyrics from funny jingles to lo-fi beats. You can create custom 30-second soundtracks for any moments. Let's watch this. That's very nice. Yeah, okay. But I guess all the big music AI gen platforms are going to use it, right? You can use it inside Gemini. Interesting. Let's see. Describe your track. There's a comical and slow jam about a sock finding their match. I am a sock that you noticed long ago. I think you misplaced me when I told you go. Do you know this meme? I am the sock that you lost so long ago. I'm going to generate this. I am the sock. This one. Woo! I'm happy. Sometimes I think about sending my ex this video, with the message, I am the sock and I'm doing fine, okay? Thank you. Voilà. Back to Gemini. Yeah, it's a good music video. Very nice. And last topic, a funny thing that I saw. So I don't know if you remember, but a few weeks ago, uh, there was a drama around Cloud Code React based rendering like build setup. Like basically the guy that made Cloud Code, one of the engineer, he explained in a tweet that Cloud Code basically generated the CLI like runtime based on a React application layer that was basically managing, the call, the data, how the data on the CLI was going to be generated. But first, he generated a DOM basically, and then the DOM was going to be is being translated in real time into the terminal output that you see. And a lot of people were surprised, right? That why would you use React to do a CLI app? But and it turns out after searching the subject that yeah, it's kind of okay. It's not the most efficient, of course, but if you have front end devs on hand, basically it's a bit easier for them to, find their ways around this, because they have to basically manage a React code base instead of a n curses or whatever CLI framework they can use to do a CLI, a terminal based interface. So yeah, so what they did with Cloud Code is they just code the interface first in React, and then they have a little tool that translates the React runtime into the CLI that we see basically, and that's what's happening under the hood with Cloud. And so, a lot of people were surprised, whatever. But it turns out that open code, which is based on something called Open2We here, is also more or less based on the same concept. They basically have a rendering layer, a graph that is based that is done with solid JS. And based on the state graph of this solid JS runtime, they build the CLI in real time, the CLI graphics in real time. So basically, it's just that I guess since they don't use React and they use Solid, it's a bit more compact and efficient probably than what the Cloud Code guys are doing. But there's one other aspect of this, front end tooling bridge towards the CLI world that I didn't see coming, is that actually if you want, you can render 3D scenes inside the CLI, inside the terminal with these tools, basically. And I think this is a very interesting thing to have access to. So not many seem to know this, but Open2We, so the framework behind Open Code, right? So the guy that created Open Code, they did two things. They first did Open2We, the framework that backs Open Code, and then they built Open Code on top of Open2We. But yeah, and Open2We lets you render 3JS scenes fully web GPU accelerated. So it's a CLI it's a CLI interface that actually behind the scenes use 3JS accelerated on the GPU with web GPU, which is a pretty nice thing. To the terminal. No special terminal features needed beyond 24-bit color. It's all just partial block cars. Hello Taras, how are you? And you can have this, and so this is executing in the terminal. This is funny. So yeah, I guess one perk of having your CLI application, your terminal-based application, being rendered based on a JavaScript thing, whether this JavaScript thing is a React app or a Solid.js app or whatever you want, is that you can actually translate everything that JavaScript can do, and nowadays it can do a lot, into the terminal, something that would have been way harder if you just wanted to use like n curses or some those base terminal frameworks. And I think that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So like actually yeah, maybe using JavaScript to build the CLI application is not that crazy. It's pretty cool. And not only for the, for the fact that, oh, so many people know React, so let's do everything with React. It's also an aspect of, well, yeah, now you can just leverage everything that JavaScript can leverage too from inside the terminal. Voilà, very cool, very cool. And this is the end of the tech news. Does your Twitch handle mean something? Yes, yes, my Twitch handle means something. Petit pois in French means green peas. And this is the surname that my French sister gave me when I was 4 years old. She even calls me up to this day. She called me Petit Pois. So Petit Pois. Voilà. Petit Pois. It's this. It's this. And why Petit Pois? Why a green pea? Because when I was 4 years old, my sister. I mean, I have a sister, and a brother, and when I was very small. So they were way taller than me. They're older than me, and so when I was small, I only wanted to be held by my sister and not by my brother. And so when my brother wanted to it was like an anecdote, right? Like one day, uh, my brother wanted to hold me, and I was in my sister's arm, and I said "Papua" in French, which in French means not you, but because I was small, I didn't know how to talk properly or whatever. So I said pap instead of patois, I said papua, and pois, petit pois. Petit means small, so I was small because I was like 3-year old or 2-year old or something. Maybe 4-year old. I was way smaller than this. So yeah, I was probably 3 years old or something, 2 or 3 years old, and I said papua, and so my sister said papua pois 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 petit pois, you are petit pois. Voilà. That's where it comes from. That's the origin story. You see, petit pois. Petit pois, it's French for green peas. So I am, and that's why my profile picture is a petit pois, like this. You see? Oula. Yeah. I am a petit pois among among many petit pois, among many green peas. Voilà. That's the origin. And basically, before Petit Pois, I had other random pseudonyms that I gave myself when I was a teenager or something. But then I was like, I need something deeper, I need something that really means something to me. And basically, I ask myself, what name truly represents me in my whole identity? And then I was like, oh yeah, I already have a surname actually. I am Petit Pois, you know? I am a little bean. So voilà. So I was like, okay, let's just use this one. Voilà. Here's the backstory of my Hindu. And you, Taras, are you really named Taras Mazepa in real life? Or do you have also a backstory? Okay, first I need to try to see if I can fix my NeoVim that I fucked up a little bit, I think. Yeah. Mm. Let's try with codecs. I think I need to approvals. I think I fucked up my lazy Vim config after trying to update. Noise doesn't work anymore. Like the little window with all key binds when you press space. Can you please inspect my NeoVim lazy Vim installation? I am the suck that you know so long ago. I think you misplace me when you're going to blow. It's okay. I'm too very special to me. Woo! I'll be okay. Very special to me. Woo! Don't worry because I'm happy. We go. Very special to me. Woo! I'm happy. It's been a long time I went to his channel. Does he still have new stuff? Danny Casale. Oh, wow. Very nice. I think the other one that I liked was the little one with the this one. Baby cactus. I'm a baby. Ah voilà. No friends. No, no pain. I'm a baby cactus. That's so long. Oh wow, he made latest. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he published a lot of them. Well, they all have a few, sizable views, but some get like millions. $7 million, $4 million. 2.74 million subscribers. Damn. He could become a streamer and earn lots of money if he wanted, I'm sure. Very cool. Well, Codex, have you fixed everything? Have you fixed everything, Codex? I trust you. I'm a baby cactus. It would be nice if like a new version of anti-gravity was available in the Arch user, you know? That would be cool, but no. Sad. Professional multi professional. Oh, maybe I can use it um, in open code. Let's see. Does it work? No. Open code. Not update. Can it update itself? Did I? Open code. Do I have installed it through? Ah, yes, I do. 1.2.6, 1.2.6, open code V 1.2.6. Okay. 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 1.2.6. 1.2.6. Okay. Okay, but let's try open code models. Ah, 3.1 Pro preview. Very nice. Does it work? Hello? Oh, it works. So I can try it. Well, I just need maybe to. How much credits do I have on my Zen? I have $5. $5. How do I check like API key Zen? Can I use OpenCode instead of Copilot CLI? You can. I think you can. You just maybe have to, like, if you want to use your Copilot subscription, because of course, if you want, you can just take some credits in open code Zen, which is like the credit-based usage for open code. That's one thing that's possible. You could also try to use, I think there's probably a plugin, a Copilot plugin for open code to use the Copilot subscription. I don't know, actually. Maybe it's already embedded. Complete the Devins flow. Ah, yeah, so no, you can do it if you want. It might be like you just do open code connect and then GitHub Copilot. Ah, yeah, so it's a real authentication. Yeah, so you can do it. Yeah, yeah. You do open code connect and you select GitHub Copilot. Okay, but at least I can use Gemini 3.1 Pro in open code. That's a good news. That's good news. Can I connect with the Google account? API key. Yeah, no. Connect. Hola, my cloud. Detail. Open router. Oh, you see? Yeah. You know that's why I like open code, and I think it might be a very good like, you know, is that look at all those chickens, you know? You look at all those chickens. You can use like a bunch of stuff with open code. Cerebras. I didn't even know that you could buy inference directly from Cerebras, but I guess you can. But for example, if I want to connect with Gemini in open code, I'm sure there's a plugin for that. Gemini Auth. Gemini Auth plugin for open code. Add the plugin to your open code configuration file. If you're using a paid Gemini code system subscription, configure cloud project feature should appropriately match. Going to bed, switching to tablet, 2 minutes. Yeah, okay. Run the authentication command in your terminal. On codecs, have you fixed? Main finding the space pop-up is which key, not noise. Which key and noise are both installed and loading correctly. In a real NeoVim UI run, space is mapped to which key trigger. Could trigger. You start up login auto open Snacks Explorer, which makes behavior feel like different from a normal editing buffer. I also ran maintenance. Okay. Let's try real quick. It's back. Okay. Thank God. Thank God. What did I want to do? Open the Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm back to normal. Okay, thank God. So I just wanted to show you my my plugins. Goncalve. Yeah, maybe you're not there. But I'm back. Tried that SX fast terminal and it worked. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it also took me a while to understand that you should do like you have to do that. So yeah, once you know the ESC is you're good, you know? And then control HJKL and you can switch from the panes. install you up to date. Okay. Sync. Okay. Cloud code and Vim not loaded. Not loaded. Is it because it's lazy up to date? Yeah. Check. What is check? Okay, and if I do lazy extras, voilà. So all my AI plugins. So I have AI Copilot, so cloudcode.nvim plugins. I have copilot.lua, copilot.lua. Yeah, I have the sidekick, but the sidekick is like this specific plugin from the Flamboy. What is his name again? That made Lazy Vim. Folky. He made like an AI plugin, but I don't use it because I think it's mostly for. Bon, I just use the terminal raw basically, so I don't use the AI sidekick. Maybe I should uninstall it or something. AI sidekick, but at the same time, I think it has an integration with the AI Copilot that might use. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, voilà. The only AI plugins I have in my Lazy Vim, NeoVim is the Copilot plugins. So copilot.lua, and I think that's what gives the autocomplete with the AI, as you do in Cursor or in VS Code plus GitHub Copilot. And I have the AI Cloud Code, the Cloud Code.nvim, just to give. I think it just gives Cloud Code the ability. Yeah, I think it does two things. It allows Cloud Code to see the current open buffer, and it allows quick reloading and refreshing of your buffer when Cloud Code modifies it. You know, because otherwise you have to get into it to say edit. No. So it just does that automatically. It just updates the state of your buffer based on the modification that Cloud Code did, basically. Yeah. Maybe I should. I'm not sure if there's a Codex plugin. Codex lazy plugin. Not through Mason. I had installed plugins in LazyVim manually through a Lua file. Some video told me it's better that way. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. So in LazyVim, you can install plugins two ways. So you can do it through this interface here, right? The lazy or the lazy extras here. Or you can go into the Lua file of the .config, right? You go into .config nvim Lua plugins, and you modify it. I also installed some of those like this. You can do it as you want, basically. The interface is Mason. Okay, maybe. This one, yeah, you're probably right. This one, yeah, probably. Yeah. What did I want to do? I see there's a plugin for Codex. Codex.mvim. OpenAI Codex plugin for NeoVim. Is it still updated? Not so much. Huh? Well, does it need updates? I'm not sure. Integrating the open sourced codex CLI. Codex is also open source. Okay. Sorry. Toggle codex window. Ah, yeah, they use it as a codex window. They don't use it like this. I'm wondering if the Cloud Code plugin basically solved the stuff for codecs too, because the fact that it updates the buffer real time. I think I've also seen that with codecs. So, yeah. Okay. Run. This works. Well, it works, right? Like, yeah. Like if I want to check, 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 check. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. So I would like to use anti-gravity just for the sake of using 3.1 Pro, but I can't. So, or maybe I can use it inside the terminal. Can I put the terminal on the right? No. Customize layout. Oh, look. No. Ah, voilà. Ah, voilà, but I can use going to gravity just with open code, basically. Ah, wait, so maybe I can use my base. Wait a minute. I'm going to install the Gemini OS plugin. It's still up to date. 3 hours ago. Okay. I don't know. Add the plugin to your open code configuration. Configure JSON. Okay, let's do that. If this works, blah, blah, blah. No, we're good. We're good. NV there. Uh, that's the default. The default. Maybe I want the default to be. Ooh, it's nice that it auto-completes like this. No, it's OpenAI. OpenAI. 5.3 codex as the default. How do I get to the end of the line? I always forget. I don't remember. It's no. Oh, wait, no. I don't. No, it's dollar. 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 Yeah, dollar. It's dollar and beginning it's hat. Dollar. hats, dollar hats, dollar hats, dollar hats, dollar hats, dollar hats. Okay. Where do I put this? Schema. No, plugin. I guess it auto downloads it. Right. Leave your llama provider defined so it's unwanted. Yeah. Yeah, because I also it's when I added my okay. Okay, we're good, I think. Oh, okay. Okay. Should be good. So now I do what do I do? Add the plugin usage run the in your terminal open code auth login. Okay. Open code auth login. And then I do a Google. Voilà, auth. Very nice. Now I do enter. How you design those mockups? I asked 5.3 codecs with a few back and forth with the Nano Banana and ChatGPT also. Close window. And I asked it to make SVGs file. I didn't know until recently, but they can do SVGs very nice for front end, like mockups basically. They can do let me rephrase. The LLMs can do very nice mockups for front end designs with SVG. And I didn't know this. I'm wondering if it's also not possible to do animated SVGs. I'm not sure. It's in the Gemini 3.1 Pro, they said that animated SVGs. Okay, so am I good? Open code. Models. Open code Zen. Wait. Yep. You will respect the looks of those mockups? I think I will end up not being too far from it here. I want something that is a bit skeuomorphic like this. Because it made like others like this. Like this. But I like those less. I guess I went from this. Yeah, I guess this was the first. Was it the first? Yeah, I guess this was like the starting point. And then I asked it to make it more comfortable and more skeuomorphic. And little by little, it went to this, almost. But this is like almost. As you might have noticed, I love Animal Crossing vibe, design UI vibe. So it's yeah, lots of trials with different fonts too. But at the end, I just use Rubik. So yeah, I think the light theme will be something like this. Yeah. There's also a dark theme. I think that's being heavily influenced by the fact that I've watched a big video about the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's, and so now I am influenced and socialized by the dark horror, analog horror kind of stuff, kind of vibe. So I want the dark mode to be very dark, to to be like real dark, as in a horror game or something. Just, you know, just for the fun of it, basically. Just for the fun of it. Why? Ah, models. So can I now go to Google? Ah, voilà. So now I am. Wait, so can I use? So does it mean that I can use Google 3.1 Pro, so the latest Google model? I can use it. I can literally have access to it more easily inside open code than compared to inside the Gemini CLI itself. Let's try. No. No, I can't. Sad. Request preview access. Get started by gratitude to the latest version. It is on the latest version. Dummies. I know that. Hello again. Wait, let me try. So, because Google, there's a 3.1 preview custom tools. Hello? No. Request preview access. Can I use Gemini 3 Pro Flash preview? Hello? Oh, I can use the Flash. I'm focused on the user's initial hello and the system instructions. Well, okay. Ah! It closes open code. Go. Bon, yeah, no. So I guess I can only use 3.1 Pro preview in open code with the open code Zen plan, which is on the API price basically, but whatever. 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 Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I need you to inspect all four the dark light theme toggle buttons in mockups advanced and make the button better, cleaner, more refined, because it's not good enough right now. I think it's a bit too long to just make it a great button mockup, both for light and dark. Let's see what it does. Mm. Mm-hmm. What is he doing? One thing that I like, you can see all the thinking tokens, and to an extent, and I like the fact that each thinking token section have a title. It's pretty cool. I don't know, thinking, my focus is shifting towards thorough verification. Starting the script now. I don't know. How can I? It's a bit terminal. It's a bit too wide. Appearance. I know. Zoom out. Just so this. Yeah, for NeoVim. Yeah, there is an integration for NeoVim. Yeah, open code the NeoVim. I've already started. Yeah, I think I'm not sure. Maybe I already installed it. I'm not sure. I think I did install it, yeah, already. Yeah, I think it's integrated with Snacks. Connect any open code. Yeah, so it allows, similar to the Cloud Code plugin, it allows your open code instance to know what's happening in NeoVim, basically, which buffer is selected, which are open. And I think you can also, yeah, with the open code, there's something, but since I don't use the open code often now, but yeah, so I have it. I tested it once. You can select, you can do like in Cursor, you can select a bit of the file, you can press a keybind, and then there's a little uh, window that appears and you can tell like open code make this into a function or something, It's probably showing this here. Voila, the little ask open code window like this. And this is pretty cool. This is very similar to Cursor, and I think the Cloud Code plugin does not have that, or maybe I just don't use it. Probably, I'm not sure. But yeah, this is pretty cool. Yeah, Copilot VS Code have it also. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess most of the VS Code have that, but in NeoVim, this is actually pretty rare, I think, because I'm not sure if the Cloud Code NeoVim plugin has that, for example, So yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. I just it just completely deleted. But you completely deleted the little scene that was in the button. I need to take the same. What was it? Dribble. Need to give him. Oh. Can I put images in open code? Let's try. Yes. It's something like this. Guys, this is normal? 8.5 gigabytes in Instagram. No, it's probably, I mean, if the tab has been running for a while, it's maybe your extension net, or maybe it's Instagram that is leaking some memory. But it might also be you. I mean, your extension that's leaking memory, maybe. Even though it's a pretty simple extension, so I don't understand how it could do that, but maybe. Do you have like some quick firing logging or something in the extension? maybe that could do that. I mean, especially if the tab has been opened for a while, I guess that's a memory leak, right? If it's if you just open the tab and it already has 8.5 gigabytes, I don't know. Can be my extension. Yeah, 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 it can be. You know, the extension basically executes some JavaScript on the page. So if the extension, you know, is, adding some stuff to a list, or it's, clogging the console log with some infinite logging or whatever, and you let it run for a while, it can accumulate like that. Yeah. Maybe I use index to put the timeline. I don't know. I don't know how your extension work now. It was open for a while. Yeah, yeah. So if it was open for a while, it means that something is leaking. It can be your extension. It can be Instagram. It can be also maybe one of your other extensions that are loaded. Right? Any extension can leak memory as soon as it is activated on the tab. You know. Ooh. Wait. Make the toggle solid white. Ago, I think. Hey, it was very good at translating me. Oh, but why does it do that? Oh. Hey, really? It takes a few frames. Oh. Oh, can I um like cancel? No. How do you do that already? There's an option in open code to like cancel the last undo previous message. Voilà. Very cool. Okay. Voilà. Oh yeah, that's why I got them. Huh? Print. Let's see. What is this? Hmm? No, I don't want your image, not in my prompt. It's open for a while. The PC was freezing them. And your website, how it's going? I'm designing. I'm doing this is the mockups for the website. I first want to have like the style of the website stabilized before I even start. So I do the mockups like this. And when the theme, and the UI style is good, I will order my army of agents to implement. But yeah, for now, do the uh, okay. How much did I spend here? Ooh la la, $1. Ooh. Oh, wait, 3.1 Pro is not cheap, I guess. Ooh, yeah, yeah, $1 already. 3 messages, $1. 3.1 Flash is not available. Is it? Is it? Nice. Big. $1 is a baguette with cheese. Yes, exactly. I mean, in France now, $1 is just the baguette. It's even less than a baguette. I think in France the baguette is like €1.15 or something. €1.20, €1.30 maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, no cheese with my baguette. I guess now $1 in France might be like a croissant, you know? A croissant. Croissant? Croissant? That's all. Just a little croissant. Croissant. Maybe frogs. Google just ate your croissant. Yes, Google ate my croissant. Google ate my croissant. I apologize for removing. Ah, very nice. Voilà. Voilà. Um, hmm. It's not exactly on Gudon. Okay. Cool. Make make the button slightly shorter in length and also lower the land elements of the scene so that the sky is a bit more visible in both the light and dark states of the toggle. Also make the toggle itself smaller, like 30% smaller. Well, I guess they are right that Gemini 3.1 does the like the little button is kind of good. If you zoom a little bit, well, there's this weird filter that it's added. Even if you go there, it's pretty good, right? should be okay. Let's see if it makes it better. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Was it a bit better before? No. And he did not make the he did not he forgot to make the toggle smaller. Maintain the knob interaction. Size down. No. Size down the knob at 6px for each. Let's see. Yeah, I guess it's better now. Well, maybe I should have changed that myself. Where can I see? No. No, because it's the bon, okay, maybe 8 then. Okay, maybe 8. 8 pixels actually for the node. Haha. Ah! It's a UI detail, yes. Yes, but since I'm lazy and I don't want to change it in 8 different sizes. Yeah, but it's a detail that I like, you know? Voila. It's nice. I like it. How was it before? Let's compare the two. Oh no, it was similar actually. Actually, it was pretty similar. Yeah, there was just more sun. The sun was big. You know, it's better like this, huh? I think. Oh, it's also smaller relative to the UI, which is okay. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was a bit too big here. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit better. Yeah, here we couldn't even see the moon. So yeah. Yeah, no, it's good now. Voilà. Well, and I spent $2. $2. Two croissants. But I have a nice little toggle. A theme toggle. I know the dark mode does not look good, but it's actually on purpose, okay? it's actually ugly on purpose. It's to have a feel of analog horror, analog weird things. Okay. Yeah, because lately I watched a video about I watched a very long video. There's a French YouTuber who made like a 4 hours long video about the Five Nights at Freddy's lore, which is a video game. And by the way, I would like to play it tomorrow just to, because I never played this game, Five Nights at Freddy's, and I discovered that first, it's a very big. There is a lot of like, there's a big fan base basically around this game, and there is also a very interesting story around the creator of the game that is very weird. Like, it's just one guy that made Five Nights at Freddy's and all of the subsequent games. And the guy, like, and the crazy thing is that the guy was like an independent video game dev, basically, that didn't code. He used like a weird, obscure French software to do its games. That is like click something, click suite, click team or something, which allows you to make a video game without coding anything. And so of course that's that's very weird. But basically all of his games were made with this software, and at the same, so the guy doesn't know how to code, but at the same time he's like a master 3D modeler and texture. And each time so basically he made Five Nights at Freddy's, which we will call FNAF, right? He made FNAF 1, and then like a few months after the release of FNAF 1, he released FNAF 2, and then like 6 months after, he released FNAF 3. Like, he was working like crazy, and the guy never worked into a game studio. He was always, all of his life, like a fully independent game developer. And he made those very like very like bad taste, like 2D. Like, basically what he would do, he would, his games were as if they were made in 2004, like, or 2002. That's the kinds of games that he's making, because his software, he never touched Unity. He's never touched the guy never touched Unreal Engine or something. He had this weird old French software that was very limited, but that allowed him to make video games without coding. And he didn't work in the industry. He worked like, in the supermarket or whatever. And he was like a fundamentalist Christian. And he made this, like, he would model these characters in 3D and put it in 2D into his games, including the animations and stuff. But it was still like 2D games, just with 3D rendering, like, 2D, 3D renders. Like, it's so weird. Very 2002 point and click, basically. And that's what FNAF was. FNAF 1. It was a point and click. But funnily enough, I think Five Nights at Freddy's made a big splash because it was a sort of a retro game because it was point and click, and people the game came out in 2014, and in 2014 point and clicks were like obsolete for a long time, but this random guy were still making them as if they were still a thing, right? And I don't think he realized this. But yeah, basically when Five Nights at Freddy's came out, people loved it because they felt or they imagined that maybe it was like a retro gameplay, you know, like back to the 2002 era of point and clicks or whatever, even though not at all. It was you know, the game was made without any sense of irony or nostalgia by this guy. So weird. But the guy at the same time like was very responsive to the community, and like he was so motivated when the game started working that he literally like he would like he would do something that no video game studio has ever done in their entire life, which is he would announce a new game like FNAF 2 or FNAF 3 for uh, like 3 months in advance, right? And then something like 3 weeks later, he would release the trailer of the new game, and then like 3 days later, he would release the game in advance just because he was too excited to 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 not release the game in advance, like 2 months in advance. In what world do people release games in advance? Never, right? Well, this guy did, and he did that like 3 times in a row. Crazy stuff. You know, like the story of this game, of this creator, it's so surreal. It's surreal. And at the same time, like the way he started like iterating on you know, the lore aspects of the game that he himself didn't know about. So he just kept on like, you know, he basically constructed the lore as the games went out. And so of course that's why there were so many mystery, because even him didn't know what the fuck was going on. So people got very interested, like, oh my god, there's so many mysteries, we need to do an investigation, you know. And so and he loved to like let plenty of small like clues in all of his games. People went crazy. But and at the end, yeah, people were a bit disappointed because he, you know, it went too far, too wide. Bon, voilà. And it's very interesting because it's one of these it's what like it's a very rare story, because for once like the new games were not just made because of the raw money, but you can feel that the guy was just very excited because for once in his life he had a game that worked, you know, because he made a lot of cute games that were in this 2002 point and click style, and they all failed because it was a bit, yeah, the style was dated. And basically, and because his character, and the funniest thing is that he made the Five Nights at Freddy's because on the previous game that he made, it was like a game about uh, uh, about like, how do you say, the little animals that eat the trees to make a dam. um, voilà, Chippers and Sons Lumber Co. Voilà. This was the kind of game that he was making, you know? And he made that in 2013, right? But this looked like it was from 2002, you know? And he made those games unironically. And basically, because somebody told him that, like, one of the critic of the somebody played this game and told him as a critic that the creatures looked very creepy, you know? Even though it was just a good vibe game, right? And basically he took this critic and he wanted to make a point like, oh yeah, my creatures, my cute creatures are creepy to you, I'll show you creepy, you know, I'm gonna make a horror game and then you're gonna be you know, I'm gonna show you what it means to have creepy creatures. And then he made Five Nights at Freddy's. uh you know, uh, with creepy creatures, animatronics that he designed himself. But it was a horror game this time, and voilà, and the success was crazy good. 2014, $3 now. Yeah, the story, you know, like this story, and the guy like spent 10 or 20 years of his life just trying to make money, or to, you know, have one of these games that looked horrible and that feels just, you know, just dated and obsolete, right? He just tried to make a bunch of those games and they all failed until he made Five Nights at Freddy's, and then it went, you know, like vertical. And then he was so excited that he couldn't wait to, like, you know, wait a year between the games. Like in 2 years he made like 2 games, 3 games in just 2 years. Crazy stuff. It's, you know, it's like this guy's life is just tragic. Beavers, beavers, yes, beavers, you know. And so yeah, so the story of the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, when I saw the video, I was like, damn, this is like tragic, you know, tragic. And at the same time, like, the guy was so excited, and each games that were released, he would like, you know, all the critics that people made, he would make the next game to address the previous critics. But sometimes he also forgot the good sides of the first game, so people then critiqued the fact that it was less than the first, and so he went back and did something, you know. He was very like ultra responsive to everything. Oh, and you know that there's a bunch of big YouTubers that started to like make theory, you know, theory videos about this game, Five Nights at Freddy's, and FNAF 2 and FNAF 3 and FNAF 4. And now there's even a movie, Five Nights at Freddy's, that is a very bad movie. But you know, like, look, even Google is joking with this. Look at this. There's Five Nights at Freddy 1 and now Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And the movies are very bad. But like, uh, is anyone surprised? No, because to an extent, a lot of the games themselves are kind of bad in some ways. But still, people got just very excited about the games and then the lore. And then, well, you know, when they're, but of course, when he started publishing like 20 books about, you know, like the story and stuff, the lore was kind of exploded and did not make sense anymore. But yeah, like, it's a very interesting part of the internet to look at, you know. And also it's because like this is a parody of Chuck E. Cheese, because you know the Chuck E. Cheese, and I think people got a lot of nostalgia from these games, um, because they were reminiscent of the Chuck E. Cheese animatronics, you know, and there's a lot of people in the US who have like children's memories about this Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. And when Five Nights at Freddy's came out, it was a reminiscent of that, you know. And there's also just in Europe, you know, like the McDonald's playground stuff, you know, like these kinds of games, you know, in McDonald's, these kinds of uh, these kinds of stuff that people have in mind, you know, they have that in their in a you know in the parts of their minds as children, you know. And basically the Five Nights at Freddy's is set into this environment. When you look at the cameras, it's, you know, it's basically like an old Chuck E. Cheese, you know, like it's a restaurant for children basically. And so, you know, I guess it just tickled people's brains, you know. There's like in the right way. You know, stuff like that with like posters, birthday party for, you know, primary school children, you know. Yeah. And so yeah, like this is just you know, like it's very interesting to see like what made this game a success, the story of the creator, and how like tragic his life was until this game was published, you know. And also the fact that young people like horror and are very nostalgic to an extent. You know, like look at this. Look at this fucking image. Very funny. I'm not at Freddy's. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if you were there or not, but I was talking about. I watched a video, a long video about a Five Nights at Freddy's lore and also the story of the creator of the game, and I just found it very interesting. There is some lore. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's like crazy amount of lore. Now there's also two movies that just came out. There's like books. Yeah. The lore is very tortured and weird. And you know, the creator just well, I'm not going to repeat what I just said, but yeah. Lots of lore and lots of mysteries. I saw just kids that got 8. Oh no, there's so much more. And now the kids needs revenge. Well, it's something like this. It's something like this, but there's also so much more lore. Like it's between the different restaurants, you know, like basically each game, FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, FNAF 4, it's always different locations, and each location has a part in the history, even though to an extent the history is a bit fucked up and chaotic. It was made on the way, you know, that it was crafted, but there's a lot of different yeah. And this is of course a very tragic story, right? Because you know, the animatronics are haunted by you know, dead children. Yeah. but there's yeah a lot of thing around that. This is a bit cringe, you know that, right? No, this is not cringe. I mean, is it though? This is just a game. It's just that you know, back then when the Five Nights at Freddy's came out, I did not play the game, so you know, I did not play the game, and because just I'm not interested in horror games in general, so you know, I didn't know about this game too much. I just heard about it, you know, people talk or sometimes, but I never actually, you know, the game is 10 years old now, but I just discovered the lore and the story and also the tragic story of the creator of the game. I just discovered that very recently. It's a game for kids and furries, maybe some autist guys. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, it's a horror game, so some people just, I guess some people like horror games. So yeah, I guess the people who like horror games, and I was not this kind of people. Yeah, I guess they like these kinds of game. And yeah, and there's a lot of gay people and you know queer people or whatever that are a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, yeah, a lot of yeah, maybe some people with autistic traits too. Yeah, it's just because for some reason lots of people like that are nostalgic, and so since Five Nights at Freddy's is set into this, you know, childlike environment gone haunted, um you know, maybe that's why. Yeah, maybe you are in the third case, got it, maybe you're furry. What do you think about the furry love game? Don't start sharing your screen on Twitch. Well, I don't know, I'm not, you know, I'm not into these kinds of games at all, okay? Not like, not at all. Me being into the furry love games? No. What do you think about VR chat? I like VR chat. But there's not only furries, you know, in VR chat, there's all kinds of people, you know? There's the furries, yes, but there's also the anime people, you know, like people who like to wear characters like, you know, Dragon Ball Z characters or whatever, or, you know, the latest anime, cool anime that, you know, the youngsters are watching. All these guys like to wear the avatars of the anime characters, you know? Yeah. There's there's the e-boys and e-girls also. Community on Gacha. Minus 1,000 respect. I knew it! Furry! This is what you are. This is why you are using art. Oh no. Minus 1,000 respect. Oh no, so sad. I'm not coding. Huh? I need to code. So sad. Oh no. Nothing personal. I just can't have a furry friend. Oh, really? So sad, Nat. So sad. I guess we're done then. Since it turns out I'm a furry, it seems. I didn't know that I was a furry, but since you know, you you unfolded your very refined analysis here, and the conclusion that I'm a furry, so I guess yeah, I guess it's yeah. Gay, I can handle it, but furry, never. Sad. You're not strong enough, Nat. That's why you can't handle you can't handle a real furry, Nat. You know, it's because you're not masculine enough. I think. If you were a bit more masculine and strong, you know, you could handle a real furry. But unfortunately, you can't. That's so sad. That's so sad. Gays are like normal persons, Serge. Macho Nat. Ah, yeah, that's right. Are you macho Nat enough, Nat? Why is it I can't GP? Why GP? I guess I'm not. You're not? Really? Hmm. Hmm. Wait, I need to. So, do I want to spend another dollar? What can I use Gemini for that will be useful? Uh, Training. Thank you for today's stream. Going to rest. See you Saturday. If you stream on Saturday. Yes, I think I will stream on Saturday. Yes. So yeah, see you. Good night, go Cal. Bye bye. Mm, 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 mm. Ding, 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 ding. Maybe delete the background container behind target capsule and your reception. It feels a bit official. Training. I don't know how to write. Fixe. Maybe it's fish. Buanotte. Buanotte. Or as they say in Portugal, buanotte. Buanoite. Ah no, buanoite. 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 Fixe. 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 Maybe it's fish. Anyway, good night. Yeah. mais non, not those. Mais non, ah, it won't be the background behind the two big hearts. Ah, fuck, it's oh, it's dense too. Mm. 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 Okay. Apply to Petit, you're doing good. Ah, thank you. Every time that Goncalves the fear, you can say, Opa, bom dia, Goncalves fish. He will understand. Ah, okay. I will do that next time. Opa, bom dia, Goncalves fish. The fish is very important. Don't forget. What does that mean? Fish. Nothing bad, don't worry. Okay. I trust you now. I trust you now. Mm. Look how sinister my dark mode is. I love it. I love how sinister. It's Codex that made this. That's pretty cool. We feel very grateful. Very nice. Trust me. Okay, I trust you. Hello back, Taras. I would like to see, is it possible to do an animation with SVG? It's absolutely possible to animate SVG. You can achieve this using three main methods: CSS animations, SML, native SMG animation, uses built-in SVG tags directly inside the SVG code. Really? Pulsating circle using native SVG animation. Copy to clipboard. Let's try. I know. How do I do that? SVG interpreter. SVG viewer. Oh wow. Ah yeah, so you can have animations inside SVGs. Like without CSS. That's crazy. I didn't know this. But does it mean that SVG is Turing complete? Oh my god. Now that CSS is Turing complete, it was not enough. SVG had to become Turing complete too. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Try to craft a no craft. Craft a refined animation to switch from, well, I have $3 in the bank to do this. Let's hope it's enough. I guess I will enable the reload. 10. Will reload 10 when balances reach 5. Which is 5. Oh, no. When balance reaches 0. Reload 5 when maybe for the fees it's better 10 then. Greater or equal to 5. Oh fuck you. Okay. Don't tell me they already reloaded. Okay. When is the next episode of UFO news? Can you do with UFO news too? I could. I'm very interested in UFOs. It's just that, maybe I told myself, I already told myself, if I already asked myself if I wanted to do a UFO news, but I told myself that maybe I don't need to spread myself too thin. And I guess, it's just that I guess if you want to, if I want, if anybody wants to, like um, offer content on the internet, it's better to be specialized, because when you're not specialized on a specific topic, people are confused and they just bail out, they just pass, right? So I asked myself, do I want to be known for tech news, programming, coding, whatever, or app building or something? Or do I want to be known for the UFO stuff? Oh, oh, thank you! 1,000 bits! Oh my god! Woo! UFO news! Okay, okay, okay. Okay, I will do the UFO news. Oh, there. What? Oh, there's the automated, the goal stuff. What's going on with the goal? Yeah, I don't control that, but yeah, okay. Stuff has happening. Thank you, Taras. Thank you, Taras, for the 1,000 bits. That's a lot. He's trying to humiliate me. Ah, yeah, because he has cheered more than you. Thank you a lot. Okay, but we will do UFO news out of public demand in the form of money, tremendous amounts of bits were spent. Therefore, let's review the UFO news. UFO news. Let's go to Ross Coulthard. My dear friend, Ross Coulthard. What's going on in the Ross Coulthard's yeah. UFO news lately, I don't know if you heard about it, but Barack Obama casually said aliens are real in a podcast. And people were like, what the hell? And then he published a tweet or a post somewhere saying, given, actually, I was just saying that given that the universe is very big and vast, it's probable. No, because Barack Obama already said in previous interviews that he has seen unidentified objects flying in the sky. And he has said that like at least 2 times already. And so now he goes on this podcast and he says, "Oh yeah, aliens are real for sure, and they are not at Area 51." He said in the podcast. It's crazy, right? I don't know if somebody there's the. Can I find the? I'm sure he got the video somewhere. My dear Ross. Ah voilà, here it is. Oula. Voilà. Voilà. They're real, but I haven't seen them. So he's not talking about distant aliens in the universe, right? Even though that's what he tried to say on his social media after. He's like, oh yeah, I just said that because I was thinking about, far away in another galaxy, there's probably a life. No, my dude, you were talking about Area 51. No. Okay, So yeah, no, he's talking about the aliens, the Roswell aliens, So voila. Barack? I don't think so. You're talking. No, he just had a little slip up here, because as the president, I guess he is, and also, I'm sure I can find like the other Barack Obama. Like someday he was on this random like show, like late night show with some rappers or something, and some people from the audience ask him like, "Hey, are aliens real? Have you seen UFOs?" And he answered casually like this by, "Oh yeah, there's UFOs. There are things in the sky that we don't know what they are." Okay, things in the sky. So there's this one that's very well known, but there is another one. Where was it? Was it here? Ah, voilà. Voilà. Until he said, "Yeah, they're real in a podcast, right?" Ah, voilà. You know? What about the part he said that he hadn't seen them? Well, yeah, he said he hasn't seen them, but then he said there are things in the sky that I guess he's seen, or he had a report about, that we don't know what they are. Voilà. That's the important bit, right? Things in the sky that we don't know exactly what they are, you know? So yeah, and then the of course, so Barack Obama says that on the podcast, and then Donald Trump comes out and says, "Oh yeah, uh, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to say that." Well, I already just for the love of it, right? Just for the love of the game, because this is just amazing, you know. This bright intellect that is Donald Trump is going to tell us something important here. About Barack Obama on the podcast. I don't have an opinion, okay? He gave classified information, which means they're probably real. But hey, Duke, he's not supposed to do that. But me, oh, I have no opinion. Yeah. A bright intellect. Voilà, and then he goes back to, immigration because it's the same word. But still, it's. Voilà. Oh, Taras, if you want, the only thing that I should have tell you basically is that with the command exclamation point UFO, you can have all the 3 congressional hearings that have been, that the public congressional hearings on all the whistleblowers from the military intelligence of 2023, 2024, and 2025. Voilà. Is the 3. I just give you because basically I got into the UFO subject after randomly stumbling upon the 2023 UFO hearing while it was happening, and I heard like David Grush, which was like the main whistleblower, a high-ranking military intelligence officer, that basically told Congress, the U.S. Congress, that there is a reverse engineering program of crashed UFOs, basically, in the Pentagon. And I did a big inquiry, and I came up to this conclusion because I was tasked by a part of the Pentagon, of the administration, to inquire into another part of the administration that is, all this intelligence, military intelligence aspects, administrations that are all ruled by secrecy. But still, like, basically, when he finished his inquiry, he went to Congress because he saw that basically the Constitution was not being respected, because the Congress and the parliamentary, the yeah the legislative branch was not being made aware of what the executive branch was making with a lot of the money that went into the Pentagon and the military intelligence stuff. So basically, he thought that it was unconstitutional, and that's why he went to Congress, and there was this congressional hearing, and then there was one congressional hearing, each year since, with new whistleblowers, like an admiral, Timothy Gallaudet, another former high-ranking military intelligence officer, Lou Elizondo, and some others, covered by Most Critical. Okay, good. I didn't know that Most Critical was that into UFO stuff, because it's real, right? It's like they are literally elected officials of the U.S. Congress and the U.S. The House of Parliament and the U.S. Senate that are pushing this, and like the most involved Congress member in the U.S. is actually Chuck Schumer, the now minority chief in the U.S. Senate, right? Chuck Schumer. He, I think it's been 2 or 3 years that he's been pushing a law to uncover all of this stuff. It was the UAPDA, Disclosure Act. And it's been 2 or 3 years that he's been pushing it. And each time there's some random fucking Republican guy from a state where there's lots of military bases, randomly, right? That always blocks it in the commission where they examine all the amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act that funds the Pentagon each year in Parliament. And each year, so 2023, 2024, there's one for 2024, 2025, and there's also another one 2025, 2026. And every time there's some random old ass Republican guy that has Lockheed Martin or Northrop Grumman in its donors for his campaign, that blocks this UAPDA from being attached to the National Defense Authorization Act every year for the last 3 years. But Chuck Schumer is always, and the crazy thing is that it's not because it's Chuck Schumer, people could assume that, oh yeah, he's doing, he's from the left, it's a Democrat thing. But no, because the UAPDA is always co-pushed, co-sponsored by Chuck Schumer and Mr. Rounds, Senator Rounds, that is a Republican. So this is actually a bipartisan subject. And this is the craziest thing about this entire subject, is that we have a bipartisan subject on Congress and on, it's also on the House of Representatives that there's all these congressional hearings. It's a bipartisan subject. Both Republican and Democrats, member of the House of Representatives and of the Senate, agree that something should be done about this. And yet every time it's fucking blocked, you know? And this is the craziest thing you can think about. It's like, wow, it's unimaginable, you know? Like the one subject where there's like heavy bipartisan agreement, always blocked by some random guy that is like member of one of the, you know, many commissions in the Senate or the House of Representatives, and it always get blocked because of this. You know, this is crazy. I'm back. Sorry. So I talked in at nothing. So basically, what I was saying that each year there is this amendment. What I was thinking about those hearings. I heard most of it. Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah, so you know, this is like the craziest thing to me, that there's this bipartisan agreement on the subject that, oh yeah, we should open things up. Every year it's blocked. Crazy stuff. Yeah, and there's all these former military people. Like there's Jake Barber that came out last year in January. You know, he was like a former contractor, like military contractor, you know, a military like operative, and he did some things for Lockheed Martin or whatever, or Northrop Grumman. And he said that he had himself like moved a UFO, like a something that looked like a big egg, big white egg that was like the size of a car, with an helicopter, because he's an helicopter pilot, you know, stuff like this. And there's now like the countless you know, footage, and there's also the pilot, you know, in the first since you've seen the first congressional hearing, there is also like these fighter pilots, you know, that have seen the tic tac, you know, tic tac footage, that have testified under oath, you know. So there's obviously something behind all this. One reason why they wanted to have those whistleblowers is to create a black hole, a military budget that wouldn't look like an year budget to Russia or China, and force them to spend time and resources on it to emote. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, about this subject, basically everything is completely obscured, right? Like there is no transparency. And of course, the Pentagon, especially since it seems that to an extent there are, you know, US owned weapons or reverse engineered things, it seems, to an extent, maybe, you know, so maybe, probably, you know, maybe it's just a secret military program that the US keeps secret, just in case there is a world war, a world war with China or Russia or whatever, and they need a new super weapon to win the war or something. It's possible, but at the same time, I've heard rumors that the Chinese also have probably reverse engineered and their own weird, you know, weird physics crafts or whatever that might also be in operation, you know. So, you know, there's like this guy, I don't remember his name. It's like military guy in Indonesia. He saw a black triangle forest. US Marine. Voilà, Michael Herrera. This guy. so former US something, US Marine or US, soldier. He was in an operation in Indonesia, I think, or in like East Asia or Southeast Asia. And at some point, he's like on a mission or something, and he sees in the middle of the forest a like a black thing, like hovering over the, like a UFO, but black. And around the UFO, a bunch of pickups and some guys in gear with like rifles, and no signs of US army stuff, but the guys basically like stopped them and spoke in English like they were from Michigan, and they threatened them to kill them. And at some point they just decided to release them and to say like, don't talk about this, we it never happened, and don't don't look back or we're gonna kill you or something. And then he went back and he told the story, at some point. And basically his theory was that it was just a black operation from the US government or something, in interacting, like owning or using a sort of a black kind of UFO to transport stuff, to do some logistics. And he said that he saw the thing like lower, not lower, but like raise above the canopy of the forest, and then like zoop, it like went away in a fraction of a second. Bah! Michael Herrera, this guy. Back in 2008 in Ukraine, the government used mysticism on TV news to have people not think too much about other stuff. Well, yeah, look, yeah, I've also heard, well, I guess this is less substantiated, but who did I hear? Was it Danny Sheehan? Like Danny Sheehan is one of those guys that seems to have, like he's a lawyer, he's an attorney or something. And for some reason, the Pentagon, like back then, when there was the CIA doing weird stuff, he was always the one to be called to help them with legal matters. Every time the CIA had to deal with something, and so basically he got a lot of acquaintances in the military and in the intelligence area, and he says some crazy things. I'm not sure if everything that he says is true, but one of the things that he says that reminds me of what you're saying here is that one day, like, he heard from somebody that he met in his, that like the CIA or something tested some mind control tricks on, like, they used like a big antenna or something apparatus to like order all the people of a certain county to go like at one specific voting office, voting desk, like when there was the elections. And next elections, like 90% of all the voters in this entire like perimeter, even though there was tens of other voting booths or offices, they all went on this one, just because some random like psychic or remote viewer guy just tried to think very loudly in his head close to a big antenna, you need to go into this voting desk or whatever. That's the story he told once. There's like, I'm not sure, maybe I guess in these spheres there's also lots of psyops, of course, counterintelligence, operative that are willfully saying lots of lies, on purpose to muddle the waters, of course. But and to protect national security secrets. But that's just funny, you know? So yeah. Ukraine did chupacabra on news. Oh, really? I didn't know that. You know, like, and you know, like Danny Sheehan, he said like, if you can just listen to like 2 hours of 1 or 2 hours of podcast with Danny Sheehan, and you know, he went on a lot of podcasts. He's saying a lot of the craziest shit I've heard. Like, you know, he said, "Oh yeah, there's this military guy that told me that he saw like some alien, you know, in an deeply underground military base, and that like, oh, he learned to not look at them in the eyes, because when they look at when the gray aliens look at you in the eyes, they start to flush your brain with endorphins and to make you feel a cheese or whatever, and that's a reflex to them, that's instinctive. So if you want to have a conversation with them telepathically, of course, because that's only how they talk, uh, without being like, without having your brain being manipulated while you talk to them, you need to not look at them in the eyes. You need to look, you know, on the side or at your feet or something. Uh, you know, and it's very funny because, for example, in a documentary about French abductees that I've watched recently, I mean, it's not a yeah, it's a documentary, but it's like a guy that made like a series of YouTube videos. Les ailleurs. Voilà. This guy basically tells the story that yeah, this guy basically tells the story that every time he's abducted, and when he remembers, there is always the moment where, so you know, he's always on his bed, and then he sees beings, you know, around his bed, and there's always one that comes towards him, and that, like, you know, gets right over him and forces him to look into his eyes, and he feels like he's falling into his eyes, you know, he's like locked. And there's, you know, there's so many like witnesses that just do the same, say the same thing. For example, there is another one of the first cases. What is the name? Like the first abduction case, US. These guys. These guys. Like this, I think him, this guy. I'm not sure about her. So because this couple have been, it's like the first well documented case of abduction in the US, right? And this guy has passed a hypnotic regression. He has done an hypnotic regression session. So the hypnotic regression kind of, you know, how do you say, controversial, because of course in some cases, some, you know, the hypnotic just the hypnosis, the state of hypnosis can sometimes create memories when there are none, right? It's possible to do that under hypnosis, to create fake memories, basically. So of course it has to be taken with a pinch of salt, you know. But this guy, when he did the hypnotic regression, he described that basically they were in their car, and then they stopped, they get on the side or whatever, and they saw a ship or something like anchor themselves close to the road where they were. And so they both got out of their car, and he describes that, like, he started to look at the ship, and the ship was close enough that he could see beings inside the windows of the ship. And he describes during his hypnotic regression. So he did not say that. He just said that like he doesn't remember what happened during, and he only got these memories back with the hypnotic regression. But during the hypnotic regression, what he says is that as soon as he looked at the eyes of this being that was like a gray being with wide eyes, he said like, and you can hear him say that in his hypnotic regression audio. He cannot get his eyes away from the eyes of the being. Like the being locks him with him, and he says out loud during his hypnotic regression, "I can't move. Please God, give me strength for allow me to get away from his gaze," because like he was locked just because he looked in the eyes of the being. So like it's crazy. It's exactly like the French abductee in this documentary. It's crazy. It's like the the Danishian anecdote. Like, there's so many similarities everywhere when you look at these kinds of stuff. Um and look, another, like, and just to illustrate also the fact that there's so many witnesses from very different environments that agree and describe the same things. There is this African Motu. Wait, I need to. There is this like African ritualistic tribe chief or something that also was abducted when he was young. And he basically says that, yeah, even the Botswana warriors, they were the fiercest warriors of the region or whatever, and they only had one fear, is to fear these like beings that were take control of themselves, of their thoughts and of their body and do weird things. And then he fuck, what is his name again? Where are my playlists? Playlist. Wait a minute. I'm finding this for you. Uh, Putain, bon, I can't find them. African chief UFO alien. Yeah, so this guy. I mean, there are so many. Ah voilà, this guy. Voilà, here it is. Credo Mutua. And he's just explaining to you like what he. I mean, there are several of those interviews. He's speaking in English, so that's very nice. And he's talking about weird, like, reptilian like beings that were, in the folklore. But he's also describing at some point, maybe in this interview, he's describing his own experience where he basically got abducted, and similarly to all the other people that get abducted, he was put naked into a metallic table, and the aliens came and just took some fluids of his or whatever. And funnily enough, he also says that at some point he saw a lot of other humans that were like him on the tables near him, and he saw the faces of some other guys. And at some point, one of the person that was on the table next to him he crossed him like a few years later in the streets of Johannesburg, in South Africa. And he remember when the guy saw him, he was like, he was shocked. He stopped and he just went away. Like a bit shocked. Yeah, and basically he said, yeah. So I drew a picture of the creatures, voila, and what they look like, voila, and that's the picture, and that's a gray alien, and but they don't have the video. Do we have the video? Voilà. Voilà. You know? Yeah. Like the Zulu speaking people of South Africa, Mantindane. That's the name that they give it. They give to the Greys. Mantindane. You know? That's crazy. Even is in Africa. In Africa you would think, oh yeah, and like when people say, oh yeah, no, this is just like a US thing, like UFOs are just an American sci-fi culture, phenomenon. No, dude. In Africa, among the Zulus and the Botswanas, they've been having these encounters since forever, and for the longest time they had no idea about Hollywood, right, or something, or maybe a very faint, far away, understanding of what this was. But look at this guy and all of his, like it was he's a local, like this guy is a local. He's not he's not a hipster, that likes to go to Silicon Valley or New York or whatever, like. So yeah, and like when I saw all these different people from different countries or whatever, I was like, damn, dude, like this is a real worldwide phenomenon. I I don't we don't know exactly what it is. What are these beings? What they want? What they do? We just know that they do something with humans, all around the world, in the US, in France, in Africa, you know? And it's always the same. It's either the grays, and there's also like the tall blondes, right? Yeah, no, like Nordic. It's a kind of aliens that are often seen around the grays, sometimes alone, or also sometimes, yeah, like in combination. Yeah, they basically look like that. They often wear blue suits. They often wear blue suits like this, and they have big foreheads. They have big foreheads and a long hair, very rarely short, but usually long hair, blonde sometimes more darker, like brownish, like auburn or something, but usually blonde. And they are very fit. They are very fit. They are very, like their body muscles is very well trained, or and their suits are like very close to the skin, and it's often blue. And even there is like this guy called this YouTuber, this researcher, that made the book UFO, like submarine UFO. What is the name of the book? Uh, 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 uh. USOs. Yeah. Voilà, Richard Dolan. This guy. This guy. This guy always tells the story. Like at some point, he goes to a lot of UFO conferences, and at the end of one of the conferences, there is a girl. No, a girl, no, a woman that comes to him and tells him this anecdote that she wanted him to hear, even though she didn't have any proof because she was a girl at the time. But basically, she told him this story where like she was in a small town in like Georgia or Pennsylvania or whatever in the 60s or 50s or 60s. And she was at church with her parents. She was like maybe 8 or 10 or 11, at church in her small town. And at some point, out of nowhere, comes two, like a man and a woman, a couple, it seems, that looks like that. Tall, too tall and blonde, long hair. And they had not blue suits, but they had blue clothes. The clothes that they wore were kind of close to the types of clothing that they would wear back then. But she remembered that she thought that the woman's like robe or clothes was so beautiful and so high quality or something. She couldn't believe it. And then like so she saw these two people come into the church, like sit on the bench or whatever, or stay, I don't know, behave as if they were believers. And at some point she says she heard them in her mind, like 12-year-old girl hears these two people talk to each other, and she hears them in her mind. And then at some point, and like she heard them say, like the man said to the woman, like, "Oh, do you feel at home? Do you feel like you belong here or something?" And the other said, "Oh yeah, yeah." And then she heard the couple say telepathically, "Oh, and also there's this girl that is hearing us right now." You know? And then they stopped talking telepathically, or she couldn't hear anything. And then they stood up and they went away from the church. And she tried to follow them, and they went towards the forest. And at some point, she was very interested, right? So she just didn't care. She just followed them. And they went to a forest. And she says that there were like a very tall guy that looked like, and she says like the guy looked, he was very tall and very broad shoulders or whatever, but he looked like, do you know, like there is a character in the Addams Family. Voilà. She said that there was a guy that looked like this guy, like the tall majordome. I don't know how to say that in English, but like the classy servant or whatever. This guy. Like tall, very but weird looking. That was like waiting for them as they were, and they walked past him. They disappeared into the forest. And she just like stopped there, and she was a bit afraid of the guy. And so she like stopped, and then they went away, and she just turned back and went back to her parents, and then everything went back to normal. So yeah, and basically, you know, it really looks like the anecdote that she told Nolan here is just some random Nordic aliens doing a little tourist visitation in the 50s, you know, to see how the little humans on Earth, you know, pray in their church or something, you know, because these tall blondes, they look very much like us, like they look like humans from Earth, just very, you know, ultra Swedish kind of humans, but they look like us, and it's just that they're very tall and blonde. But other than that, they look very similar, you know. So you know, and there's all and there. I could tell you so many other anecdotes. I have so many in my mind right now, but there's too much, and it would take too much time, you know. And it's midnight already. Yeah, and some people also describe seeing these mantis-like people. I mean, and I think when people describe the mantis, it might not be like a one, you know, an identical praying mantis, like big praying mantis, but anatomically, this is the closest thing that we have. Yeah, I mean, this image is basically what most people on Earth describe when they get abducted. The most usual being that they encounter uh, is the grays, like this, tall, small or tall grays. There's two types, or you know, usually there's the small ones that are like 1 meter, you know, 1 meter. Yeah. There's the tall blondes like this. Sometimes there's the mantis, and for some reason, the mantis beings are often associated with like surgeons, like they always do some surgery on the people. There is this guy Whitley Strieber, I think. Is it Whitley Strieber? Or maybe I'm confusing with another guy. No, maybe it was another guy. It was like a Jesse Mitchell interviewer. Oh yeah, there's this guy, like a president of a Russian Federation, that federated state, that says that he's been he's been invited into an alien ship. Where is this guy? Where is the guy? I remember this guy because he told specifically about a mantis being that he interacted with. Come on. The video is not up. Ah, this guy. This guy. Voilà. This guy described that he like had an abduction experience, and he was like being operated on, I think, by a mantis being, like a prey, you know, some entity that looked like a praying mantis from us. So big eyes, and like triangular head, and yeah, insect-like, you know, limbs. And he like operated on him, and also, you know, it doesn't have any resemblance. I mean, maybe it's not a direct link, but funnily enough, people who take DMT also often mention like the people who take DMT sometimes have abduction experiences, and the abduction experiences that they describe they are often being operated on, or they are being like, rewired or something by a mantis being, but not like these guys describe. It's like they're being operated on, but in the spiritual realm of DMT or whatever. You know, it's so weird. I don't know what to make of all that, but there's just a lot of stuff that go into the same direction that are just so weird. Like gray aliens, mantis people, tall blondes, and sometimes reptilians, but usually the reptilians, there's very few people who recall having an interaction with reptilians. And usually, when they say reptilians, it's just that it's beings, it's just non-human beings that have a skin that seems to be made of scales and that is slightly greenish or something, green brown or something. But bon, people call them reptilian, whatever. But it's just because the gray aliens have their skin is usually very smooth and gray or yellowish sometimes. But yeah, one of the alien theories, which is interesting, aliens are humans from the future, which would explain why they are weird. Yeah, that would be interesting, and I guess that would explain why they're humanoids, right? Most of them, because I guess the praying mantis, I'm not sure if the types, I'm not sure if they can be said to be humanoid, but yeah, the grays are humanoids. The tall blondes, the Nordic aliens or whatever, they look just like us, so you know. And and the reptilians, I'm not sure. And like, and I say I'm cautious about the reptilian stuff because there is this video of this guy. Do you know like the video where I said he just threw a piece of wood at an alien or whatever? I'm sure I have it somewhere. Do I have it somewhere? Oh yeah, here. Voilà, this is the video where the guy said he threw the piece of wood. Voilà, so this is supposed to be 1996, Jonathan Reed. This is supposed to be the video where the guy, just after he killed the being, or he made him lose consciousness temporarily, just after his dog just got killed in front of him by this being. Well, it's very found footage like, but it's 1996, so I guess the cameras were not that good back then. And then, voilà, and then this is the being. Yeah. So this is the being, and this is the eyes, right? And this is the mouth. So it's a very weird kind of being, right? If the footage is real, of course. Well, there's, always critics or whatever. Debunking, right? There's always people who claim to debunk everything, but well. And so this is the blood caused by the piece of wood. And also, this is a very small being, so you can understand how, like, actually, I guess it would be possible that a big piece of wood thrown by a guy could, make a very small kind of fragile being just lose consciousness or whatever. I'm not sure if voilà, here you can see the eyes and the mouth here, you know? And like I'm wondering if you would look at that, since the skin is not smooth, this could be seen as a reptilian, if because the skin is a bit weird. For example, so I'm like when people talk about reptilians or whatever, maybe it's just well, maybe it's like it's just humans trying to describe weird beings that they've never seen, that they don't know anything about, like it I don't think it has anything to do with like any conspiracy, like oh, they control the government or whatever. Nobody knows any of about this, like, nobody knows and nobody can know because everything is secret anyway. And if they would do that, they would hide it from us. And since they have all this powerful, they have all this powerful technology and mind, of course we would never know about it, even if it's real. So, well, there was a video from the Anthropic show which went over most of the recent declassified documents. One of the things they mentioned that alien bodies are bionic drones. I mean, yeah, it's possible, right? I guess the only specific info that I have in mind about this subject is this 4chan whistleblower that claimed to be like he made the long post and he answered some questions, on 4chan, so everyone is anonymous on 4chan, right? But basically he claimed to be a sort of a geneticist slash surgeon that worked in classified settings about aliens, and that basically his job was to decipher the internal organs of those retrieved alien bodies from the crashes, the UFO crashes that the US would go and retrieve, and sometimes those crashes involved bodies that he and others would analyze. And basically he said that well, of course the conviction is low because it's a random post in 4chan. But one of the things he said is that the genes, the genome of the bodies that he retrieved was very orderly, and there was no like in the human genome there's a lot of what researchers call like trash genes, or like lots of sequences that do not seem to intervene into any bodily function, like it's just like random noise basically among the useful genes in the human genome. And he said in the post that in these beings there were very little of that, and every gene was actually used and had a function, and it was very orderly, as if it was manufactured, and he also said some comments about like how their trachea was only used was only linked to their like it's not like us where both the nose and the trachea is connected to both the stomach and the lungs. Like he says that for them the nose was linked to the lungs and the mouth was linked to the stomach. And they also had, and that's also what people have been saying sometimes in Virginia, for example, where he said that basically they had no excretion mechanism other than outputting the stuff through their skin, which people have, like, and that the excretion would probably smell like ammonia. And in Virginia, famous case in Brazil, I'm sorry, but I'm connecting everything in all the dots in my head, and so there's a lot of connections everywhere. Yeah. In Virginia, so it's this case in Virginia, Virginia, like this, alien. It is good. And so in Virginia, it's a small town in Brazil, in rural Brazil. At some point, like some people started seeing beings like this that looked like this, more or less. Red eyes, dark skin, reddish, like this. And one of the things that the Virginian inhabitants said is that there was a very foul odor that came from these beings. And there were several. There was at least like 2 or 3. And there was that they smelled like sulfur or like ammonia, like a very foul, odor. And they were all black, Voilà, and yeah. And there was one that looked like this. And yeah, and it kind of goes with what this 4chan whistleblower said, that basically they do not shit by an anus like us. They excrete all the bad stuff in their body by the skin. And so, if you imagine that these beings maybe were on a mission or whatever, and they randomly crashed on Earth in Virginia, maybe they didn't have the time to shower, and so they were just smelling very bad because of that. Like, it would make sense. Do you ever get scared when you think about aliens? Like, they would know that and would kidnap you? Well, at the very beginning, like, I think the first year or the first 6 months that I discovered this subject, and I discovered, like the abductions and all that stuff. I was very afraid, and I was I had trouble. Going to sleep and sleeping. Thinking, oh my god, they're going to capture my thoughts and to pay me a visit or whatever. But actually, the more first of all, after 6 months, a year, I noticed that, even though I knew about it, it did not change anything. Like, I didn't have any interactions before, and I didn't have any interaction after I discovered this. And also, at some point, you realize that it seems that most of the interactions and the abduction cases that people report, it's usually a family thing, and you can clearly see that in the documentary with the French abductees, when they interview 5 or 7 different abductees from France. And basically, they all say that, oh yeah, when I ask my mom and my dad, or my mom or my dad or my grandmother or my grandfather or whatever, she said or he said that, oh yeah, he always had these weird experiences sometimes where he would wake up somewhere else in the house than his bed, even though he remembered going back to his bed to sleep, and then he would wake up in the morning in another room or outside or something. And he never had any history of somnambulism, like of sleepwalking. He never had any history of that. It's just that sometimes, yeah. And there is also like there is this in the documentary they showed this woman who tells her stories about the abductions or whatever, and then like she has like a 18 years old boy, and then he come they film a conversation between her and the boy, and then like you realize that first like the interviewer came for the woman, for the mom, who like accepted a while ago that these things were ongoing, and yeah, she didn't have a choice basically. And then you know the camera switches to the boy, the 18 years old boy, and guy, young guy, and he says like, oh yeah, I've been having these weird experiences too, but I'm telling myself that this is just a dream because I don't want to deal with it. Like, and it's very funny because like you can clearly see that he's himself like in denial, even though it's pretty obvious from the outside, like, yeah dude, your mom has been going through this, you're going through this, yeah, like it's a thing. But because he's young and he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to be special, I guess, and he doesn't want to deal with the like the paradigm changing, world changing admission and acceptance that, yeah, this is real, and yeah, you're part of some weird program of these weird beings that come into your, that come at night and do weird stuff to you. He doesn't want to accept that, so he just said, oh yeah, I have these weird things, and sometimes I ask them to not come because I'm fed up, and they come anyway, and I'm annoyed, but I just tell myself that it's all a dream. you know Even though like the woman, the mom is like, well, I'm pretty sure it's not a dream, huh? But you will have, my son, you deal with it how you want, like. And basically so all of this to say, it runs in families. um so if you haven't had any interaction with an alien, or your parents haven't had any interaction with an alien, it's probably not going to happen, because usually they focus on certain bloodlines or something, or certain families, maybe because there's a genetic aspect to it or something. Some abductees that have had discussions with some of the aliens uh, have been told that they have a gift, and that they are being interacted with by these aliens because they need to oversee the gift that they have. But aliens can also lie, I guess, so I'm not, nobody's sure how to interpret that. But yeah, maybe this is how we are getting visited. The future us are doing genealogy analysis. I mean, it's a possibility, It's a possibility, huh? Like, what if one day we can get so technologically advanced that we can get back in time? It's a possibility, Especially since, bon, the tall blondes, not so much, but typically because they look just like us. But the grays really look like you know, like the evolutionary future of humans, you know, compared to what, you know, compared to our evolutionary past, we seem today to be, you know, on the same trajectory of, you know, like, because, you know, the Greys basically look like very physically weak beings that don't have a lot of muscles, you know, like they're they look like children, basically, you know, they basically look like children in their heights and in their musculature, and they just have this gigantic head and big eyes. And I guess yeah, the big eyes, bon, doesn't make sense, I guess. Why do we would we need so big eyes in the future? I don't know. Such big eyes in the future, I don't know. But, you know, like, yeah, the increased brain size and more childlike weak body would make sense, right? Like in the far future, where we would get more comfort and material comfort and material luxury, we wouldn't need to struggle as much, and everything would be taken care of by technology, or maybe our psychic powers or something. And so that would explain why maybe we would need to not be so, you know, grumpy, masculine, or whatever. No, that would make sense. But at the same time, yeah. At the same time, I would really love to watch the first 10K years of human history documentary. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's very enriching, right? To being able to go back in time. Big eyes to see guides, Wi-Fi, so information, maybe big eyes are the key for telepathy. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, the one thing that at some point also I thought about future humans as the aliens or whatever. The one thing that makes me doubt this hypothesis more and more is that I think it's weird that, so, like, if this theory of the future humans is true, it means that basically the Nordic, the tall blondes, are just us maybe in a few hundred years in the future, you know, where, you know, maybe in a few hundred years, the humans have access to full on genetic baby select, you know, like, how do you say that? Designed babies, you know, like the genetics technology is so advanced that everybody can choose to have the genes that they want in their babies, you know? And basically, it would mean that, I guess, in the future, all humans would decide to have a very tall, uh, tall, blonde, blue eyes babies, you know? That would mean that, because most of those tall, blonde Nordic aliens, they're all blondes and tall and blue eyes. They all have blue eyes. And they have this weird. People have described that their blue eyes are even more vibrant than our blue eyes. They are almost like electric blue, or like mother of pearl blue. You know, like very like shiny almost. It's not the same kind of blue eyes that most humans have. So, you know, that's a bit weird. Um, yeah, so I guess in a few hundred, the Nordic aliens would be us in a few hundred years, where we all genetically standardize because we all like to have blonde, blue eyes babies, I guess. You know? And then the Greys would be us in like a million years or something. And then those guys would go back in time too. You know? Think about them as avatars, not as big. Yeah, also potentially. Yeah, but the thing that makes me think that maybe the future humans theory is a bit weird is that often in the abductions, people see different species of aliens collaborate with each other inside the same ship. Like sometimes people describe, and especially Travis Walton, for example. Travis Walton, this guy, a famous case of abduction, and I think it was the most interesting case of abduction because it did not happen in his bedroom, contrary to most of the abductees. He just stumbled upon a random ship in the forest. Basically, he was out in the woods with his friends on his like on a pickup or something. You know, he was driving a pickup, and at some point he saw something in the forest. He saw like a big light in the somewhere in the forest. Voilà, like this, and he like his friends were on the side doing something near the pickup or whatever, and he just went into the forest to see what was going on and what there was this big light over there, and he basically saw this big craft that was, you know, among the trees like this, and that was starting to power up, it seems. And he lost so he said he saw a big flash or something, and he lost consciousness, and he woke up inside the ship in the typical metallic table, naked also. But contrary to most people, like they couldn't actually like freeze him, or they didn't like. It really seems like he's. So what seems to have happened is that he felt when he woke up in the ship that he was being healed, basically. And he felt really weak physically. And he interpreted, and I guess the most logic way of interpreting that is that he probably got irradiated by like the power apparatus of the ship, and he got like blasted by the, you know, engine or whatever, and he got irradiated, and they just took him on board, improvised. It was not planned, right? Because he just like randomly went into the woods, right? So the aliens that were there, I guess they didn't plan for him, you know? And that's why I guess they couldn't really control him when he woke up. Because basically he woke up, he felt very weak. He felt that he was being healed, but he was panicked because he saw these like gray beings in orange suits, not blue, orange suits. Gray beings, orange suit. Gray alien. Travis Walton. Voilà. He basically saw this. That he woke up like this, and there was these beings around him. So gray beings, right? So gray beings. When he woke up, and so he was like naked, I think. Oh, but here he's not naked, but I don't remember. But basically, he woke up. He woke up and he started like push them. He started to push them because, you know, they couldn't control him because, you know, usually when you get abducted, you know, they hypnotize you. They put you in a, you know, hypnosis state or whatever. They have like a procedure, but here it seems that it was improvised, so maybe they didn't have the procedure or something. So basically he started waking up, he stood up and he started like pushing them away from him, and because they are very weak they just went away, you know. And he pushed them like they went away, and they were like also a bit panicked, you know. He felt like they were wondering like, oh, what's going on. And he basically like took a stick or something that he found around the ship, and he started like waving the stick, you know, to make them afraid or something. You know. And that's crazy, but that's his story. Yeah. And then at some point he stopped because there is a at the like at the one of the door of one of the hallway of the of the room, came in the room a tall blonde, a Nordic alien that looked just like an alien, just like a human, but blonde, with a very, and they people always say that he had an imposing presence, like he was the authority. And Travis Walton also said that about this guy. And basically the guy told him like, hey, all is good, don't worry, like we're not going to do anything to you, calm down, let's take a tour of the ship, basically. Let's make like let's take you on a visit of the ship or something. And you also find this on many abductees. They always say, oh yeah, so basically they put me on this metal table, they extracted some semen or some, you know, stuff from me, or liquid bodily fluids, and then they took me on a visit. They made me a visit of the ship. They were nice. You know. And that's what happened here. And so the guy took Travis Walton across the ship, and then they went out of the ship. And Travis Walton describes like a very big, like sort of a hangar, you know, but like alien-like, with the same kind of shapes that the alien structures have, like around, you know, like inside the ship, you know, like people always describe around walls with self-illuminating from the wall, you know, the walls are self-illuminating, and everything is pristine, and you know, everything is molded in place, there is no bolts or something. And basically they took him out of the ship in this like big hangar, like you know, maybe space hangar or something, or maybe it was on Earth, I don't know, or on the planet or whatever. It was a big building, and they took him to a room inside the building, and there was other big you know, tall blondes, but they were not blondes, they were more brownish, but still long hair. And he said they put on him a mask, a mask, you know, like you would do to a child, to people, to put them to sleep before a surgery, you know. They basically like, yeah, put him on a table again in a room inside the big building. They put a mask on him, and they said to him like, don't worry, everything will be fine, it will be soon over, blah, blah. He fell asleep, and he woke up at the exact and he woke up just after that, after sleeping, you know. After that, he woke up at the exact location where he last saw the Flash before, you know, in the forest. And they put his they put his clothes next to him. You know, he was still naked, but they just like they put his clothes next to him, so he could dress up again. And he went back, and I think there was like a few hours that passed by, and all of his friends were like, "Oh my God, we thought we lost you," or blah blah blah. You know, we didn't know where you went. And then yeah, he went somewhere, but you know. And so I mean, ultimately he did tell the story, but you know, like and so yeah, illustration of the Travis Walton. Why would Travis Walton bring me to think that maybe the human future is not the most probable. It's because we see different aliens cooperating on the same ship, you know? And so I'm like, and so, but I think, and also like weirdly enough, the alien that looks more like us, for some reason, seems to be in charge of the gray aliens that could be our even farther futurists. So that's a bit weird, that like the farther humans are controlling the further humans, like, and they are cooperating on the same ship, like, and this is just two, but there's also like Whitley Strieber describes uh, uh another kind of being. Whitley Strieber, so he describes those, the grays, like this, but he also describes, even though there's not many people who describe the same kind of beings as him, but most of the descriptions are about grays. Some people like Strieber and another guy that I Jesse Mitchell had an interview about, um, describes he describes this guy. He describes this kind of alien that do not look like gray, but they have like dark purple skin, and they also cooperate with some grays, so it does seem that these beings cooperate with each other. So it's weird that they would be from different realities or something, from different time origins, It just seems to me like a typical multiracial, crew or something, you know? Different avatars. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It just to me to look like some diplomatic cooperation, like it's the same way sometimes French and Germans and Danish and Americans cooperate with each other on military missions or something, and sometimes they do look different, right? So, like to me, it's because I guess if they really came from the future, would they not try to like save the past time, the past timelines or something? I mean, in a way, I guess the fact that they hide themselves can be an argument for the future human hypothesis, because maybe it would be logical that they don't want the current humans to know about the future humans, because that would maybe fuck up the timeline someday. But I guess you can also make the same argument for just alien civilizations that are just very much more advanced than us, and that just think that we're not mature enough to interact diplomatically with them because we're not technologically advanced enough, or maybe because we're not telepathic enough, because it seems that all of these beings, however diverse, whether it's like Nordic aliens or grays or these guys, these purple guys, or the praying mantis, or the reptilians, or whatever, all types of aliens seem to have one thing in common, is that they communicate between themselves and with humans telepathically only, So of course, if as humans we haven't yet developed telepathic communications, maybe for them it's like annoying, like it's the same, it to them maybe it's the equivalent of a toddler that doesn't know how to speak properly, to them it's a bit annoying to deal with. I don't know, it's like you would not hire someone if he doesn't know how to write or how to, yeah, same, or how to read, right? So maybe for the aliens they won't interact with humans as long as we can't read their minds, you know, because to them that's like the basics, you know, of how you interact with uh, other civilizations, alien civilizations, something intergalactic, you know, interplanetary exchanges or something, you know. And maybe like to me, it seems more probable that they just respect a form of like the law in Star Trek that says that you cannot interact with subluminic uh, civilizations. You know, in Star Trek, they have this rule that says that as long as a civilization has not yet developed the capability to travel between stars at will, the civilization is to be isolated and not there should not be any interference with the civilization's trajectory, you know. And it really feels like there's something like this going on, you know, like they do follow us, they interact with us, they extract some fluids, right? But they're never outward, they're never really publicly recognized. And it seems that all the humans institutions that they interact with, it seems that these humans always have a great care about keeping the secrecy about the subject. You know, for now, it seems a lot of the military intelligence people, for some reason. Good point. Could be that if you, as an advanced civilization, contact less advanced, it would be concerted to third world, which is bad for society. It would be concerted to third world. What do you mean it would be concerted to third world? Like the contacted lesser civilization would be like seen as a lesser civilization? Is that what you mean? Converted. Ah, yeah. Converted to third world. Yeah, like we would be in a state of absolute weakness against those other civilizations, right? Is that what you mean? And that would be bad for society because yeah, we could be very easily dominated by these more advanced civilizations, right? That's what you mean, right? And so maybe it's better for us and them to let us first develop, and yeah, when we're strong enough to, I mean, which is true. I also think it's true that yeah, like for sure, diplomatic. I mean, it's just that. So maybe more like it creates a dependency for us to do less work, and we just become needy, so we will be less of a civilization, more like a pet to them. Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think there's probably some more like a pets to them. Yes, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, this is probably one of the reason, I guess, why they hide from us is that maybe because, but you know, like so sometimes I try to think about this from their perspective or something, if they are like that. And yeah, I can get that, yeah, for sure. If tomorrow there's a big ship that comes, and start to do trade, for example, with us, with like some intergalactical super advanced technology and whatever, of course, society will will be heavily disturbed. And if tomorrow the alien mercenaries want some soldiers to fight at the other side of the galaxy on some random war or whatever, of course, we would be in a bad spot to negotiate anything because, yeah, for sure. So yeah, we are in absolute weakness when it comes to this civilization, with at least with the kind of technologies that they show us, which seems to be very, very advanced. And there's probably a side of their technology that they're probably not showing us, that we're not aware, that might be even more powerful. But yeah, like what people have been seeing about these guys seems to be very impressive and very, hundreds or maybe thousands of millions of years more advanced than us. So yeah, we would be in a state of absolute weakness for sure. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, you want to preserve Earth. You are an advanced civilization that wants to preserve us from, a bad strategic situation in the concert of galactic, interplanetary, interstellar civilizations. Okay, you want to preserve us to let us grow, right? I understand. But at the same time, I feel like we are at, like, humans right now are at the level of technological development and even like societal, cultural development, where we are starting to be aware that they're here and that they're messing with us, and that like they can't fully pretend like they're not here, and we cannot fully, like, bon, most people are not interested in UFOs, right? But from the large parts of the military, and now more and more of the people as a whole that realize that something is going on, at some point in the near future, humans are not going to pretend like they don't know that these guys are here, And so it's a weird state of like, it's like, as a civilization, we are getting at the teenager stage. We are getting into the teenager phase, where we start to understand where we are and what's happening, right? We don't believe in Santa Claus anymore, but at the same time, we are not mature enough to venture alone in the wild world, right? We still need to be protected by somebody, whatever, this somebody is, whether it's a confederation of aliens that are collaborating these ships, or maybe several civilizations that have, I don't know, sworn to not interfere with Earth and humans or whatever, but okay, but like, dudes, we know you're here, and it's a bit weird now. Like, we are mature enough to notice, if not the general public, but at least our militaries seem to be aware that, yeah, all these guys are running around, they're abducting people, they're, messing with things, like the military, since the first nuclear atomic bomb has been detonated, the US military and probably the other military out there that manage nukes have noticed that there's weird UFO interactions at the military bases. They mess with their nukes. There's been, multiple accounts of, UFOs coming over nuclear, military bases that host nukes. and messing with the nukes, you know, like moving the or activating the firing sequence and then deactivating it, you know, weird stuff like that have been accounted for several times on multiple bases on the US and I guess elsewhere also, maybe in France, maybe, yeah. So it's not like we don't know that they're here. We know, right? And I understand that, yeah, okay, we're not telepathic yet, and we're not technologically advanced as them yet, but maybe we can have like an introduction, please, like, you know, just maybe we can just know how the state of the universe is instead of being lied to. Like, this is getting ridiculous, you know. Whole earth would be like Africa or Latin America right now. How to keep ourselves okay? Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, like, I think that it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to, like, the disclosure and the introduction of humans into the galactic society or something does not have to be a one event hard you know, stuff. It can be a progressive process, you know. Maybe we can, I mean, you know, as a human, the only thing I would like to first, you know, like to get, because I understand that we cannot trade with these civilizations because every one of their cheapest goods would, you know, surpass any one of our most advanced technology by like 1,000 years, right? So we can't trade with these guys, or they would have anything, everything to give us, and we would have nothing to give them, you know, apart from, I guess, our souls or minds or something, right? uh so that sucks to not have anything to, you know, in an exchange you need both parties to benefit, right? So okay, for the trade, let's not do that. And not even we talking about, you know, wars or, you know, mercenary contracts or hiring or whatever. Yeah, we would be in a very bad state, for sure. But at the same time, I'm like, can we just not being lied to, please? Even though we are not interacting, like, and trading and, you know, immigrating into each other's society, even though maybe the isolation is maintained, can we not, like, just know what's going on around us, you know, like, instead of trying to make us believe that, yeah, yeah, Santa Claus is real, continue to believe it, you know, you are alone in the universe. Yeah, 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 continue, guys, good job, you know. No, this is ridiculous. We know we are very likely not, and there's weird aliens interacting with us in weird ways. You know, we are mature enough to understand this. But maybe it's the time to reveal at least some of it, even while you still preserve the isolation, just so that we can try to evolve, you know, like, because once we know that, okay, these guys are more advanced, and in the cemetery, maybe government already know which year aliens will establish official contact, and say one of the preconditions they ask us to stop any wars and stuff. So they are like enforce, they enforce that, and this could be like why we are having worse now, because it's like a, I will let you try. So redactation, okay, because it's like a, in the cemetery. What did you mean? In the cemetery? In this. What did you mean when the dictation understood cemetery? So it could be governments already knowing when aliens will establish official contact, and when they will come, they will enforce no war policy. Maybe, maybe, but I still think it's not good to keep like the secret. You know, like especially since I think those military guys that think that there will be mass hysteria if we disclose that aliens are real. No, there will not be mass hysteria. Nobody will fucking care, you know? Like what who cares, you know? Nobody cares. It's just like political nerds thinking that everybody thinks about politics day and night or whatever. Nobody cares. Like nobody cares about anything in you know, like I'm sure that the average reaction the day after alien disclosure is announced, we are not alone and they've been here for all this time, the average reaction will be, oh man, that's crazy. Catch the games last night. You know, did you hear about the latest reality TV show, what she said? Oh my god, the drama. Yeah. I'm sure it will be like this. People don't care. The only big, on the, yeah, indeed, catastrophic consequences that could uh, ensue is if, with the alien disclosure, we also get like alien embassies and alien immigrants, or we can become immigrants to them, and at the same time we get trade. Okay, yeah. If all of this happens at the same time, yeah, human society is heavily disturbed for like the next 50 years, right? And the economy crashes, yeah, for sure. But if all of humanity learns one day, by the way, they're here and these UFOs are real, and yeah, they've been abducting you in your sleep to get some sperm and eggs at night, but the isolation continues, I think human society will not be disturbed, you know, much apart from, oh wow, they're real. I knew it. Well, I told you, you know, like all the UFO people will be like, I told you. And then everybody else will like, I don't care. Now I know too. You know, I don't care that the UFO people knew that before. So, you know, like, that's why I think it's a bit like at the humanity level, and when I think from their perspective, uh sorry, like I don't see the point. I understand maybe back when we were all very religious, right? The internet was not a thing. Yeah, okay. Maybe in 19th century England, or you know, the Middle Ages, announcing alien contact would have been a bit, you know, disturbing to the average mind. But nowadays, nobody cares about God, or like, or at least very few people care that much about, you know, oh my God, we're not the center of the universe, but God has not created Earth. Oh, we are part of a multi-species galaxy. Oh, I think very few people will be fazed by this. You know, I think it's a big mass hysteria reason is whenever there is like opportunity for financial or social lift. Recently, like blockchains and NFTs, AI, people become crazy with it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure. Maybe, yeah, of course, people will. But yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. I think people will not like if the alien presence is revealed by the president of the US or the UN or something. Yeah, people will get crazy about aliens, but not unlike they got crazy about NFTs or about Bitcoin or about blockchain or about AI and OpenClaw and you know. So yeah, people, there will be hype, of course, But will it be a society crushing hype? No, I don't think so. It will be, one news out of many. And yeah, it will. And like, I think there's just a lot of government people who, like, have too many memes in their minds. They are too big. They are too much political nerds, and they think that, oh my god, this grandiose news will be, the historical event in humanity. It will be written in the history books. Everybody will faint at the news. No, you know, it's like when the first man walked on the moon, right? Like, oh yeah, wow, it's historical event, yeah, crazy. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember my grandpa says that he watched it on the TV live. Wow, great. And then he went to his job the next day, right? Like, it will be the same when, if the isolation is preserved and just the news is out. Yeah, people will, for a day or two, people will be like, oh damn, whoa, and then they will continue going to their job, and they will still have to work, and they will just, go take a beer, like always, you know as long as the economic system is not disturbed by some trade, for example, or some war, or some, everything in between. Um, you know, that's yeah. So I just think that now we are ready to get the news, basically. As humans, we are old enough. We to me we are teenagers, right? We are teenagers. Um, we're teenagers. We are old enough to be told how sex work, even though we're not yet in the age of actually doing the sex. Like, this is the same kind of vibe. It's like, yeah, okay, now you are old enough that you need to know certain things, how certain things work, okay? But you're going to have to wait a few years to do it, actually. But I want you to be aware. Voilà. I think we are at this stage of the interstellar civilization maturation. I think it will be an apocalyptic event. Why? What would it make an apocalyptic event? What would be apocalyptic about the US president or the UN president or whatever saying, my dear people, we're not alone, and we have been interacting for some time with aliens, and for now we will stay away from them because we can't communicate with them as they like, because we're not telepathic, and our technology is primitive to them, and they somehow despise our wars. So I guess, we will have to evolve first. What is apocalyptic about this? We would need to learn a lot, and there would be like lots of people paying attention to it. Yeah, like lots of things in society, right? So I believe like a lot of people who had jobs and just like to try to learn as much about aliens, and would just like to learn as much about aliens, like consumes their culture and story, and the same thing from our side. Yeah, I mean, for sure there will be potentially some the culture will change, because like, of course, like of course, but I think it's for the better, right? Like, if our society, for example, if we realize after the announcement that, oh yeah, by the way, they they keep us isolated because they think we're not ready, because we're not telepathic. Okay, it means, so once we know this, I think more people will try to do like me, maybe more meditation, maybe try to open their minds or whatever, to become to try to become more telepathic, or to communicate, or whatever, with the the spiritual realm or the alien telepathic network or whatever. I guess more people will try to do that. So yeah, maybe people will increase. Maybe people all around the world, one of a sudden, will want to do one meditation per day, right? To try to become like those superior civilizations. But I don't think it's bad in the greater scheme of things. Like it will just allow us to become ready quicker. Ready to enter the civilization, the galactic community or something quicker. And yeah, lots of people will become passionate about aliens. I mean, the same way people like me are already kind of passionate about aliens and UFOs. But people, the same way some people have their lives consumed by ChatGPT delusions, where they talk with GPT-4o, and GPT-4o tells them that everything that they do is wonderful and that all the others are very bad. Yeah, there will be people like that for sure. But if at the end of the day, it's just that I think if there is alien disclosure, instead of humans being in the dark and thinking that they need to do their own stuff by themselves or whatever forever, which is what most of society thinks right now. Right now, there is no proof that we are not alone in the universe scientifically. So nobody cares about like increasing its own consciousness, or meditating 2 times per day or something, because there is no North Star. I think if when we have alien disclosure, at least there will be a North Star to look at, to guide us, towards a path that would be the correct path to become an adult civilization, an adult a species or something, in the galactic concert of nations, and I think it's useful to know where to go. It's better for us as a species, because like I guess for now we are lucky to be around alien civilizations that respect us enough, or who have like good principles enough to not interfere too much with our societies and our political governance. But maybe it will not be always the case. Maybe in the galaxy there are also wars between species, and maybe in a few hundred years our protectors will be defeated by some guys that don't care about this, and they will just fucking invade the Earth and take over and kill us all or whatever. Or, maybe it's good if something like this happens. Maybe it's good that we know that, oh yeah, by the way, the guys that have been protecting us for the last million years, they're fighting a war right now. Maybe it's better to go to this other planet, or ask for help, maybe. Like it's always better to know your to know your environment than to not know, to be fully ignorant. Because when you're fully ignorant, you are at the mercy of anybody that's around you that knows the environment that you don't know. And even if of course those current civilizations seems to be very respecting and very nice, well, even though not so much, because when they abduct us, some people have accounted that well, sometimes they don't feel anything, but sometimes they do feel, and sometimes the aliens don't care when they put a big needle in their belly, to extract some stuff. Sometimes they don't care about the pain, some do care, like some do care. According to the French abductees, the guys from Orion, the Greys from Orion, they seem to respect. They seem to be aware that we are that pain is not nice for us, and so they anesthesize. They put us into. They put some anesthesia, before extracting anything, so we don't feel anything. But the Greys from Zeta Reticuli, who have like a more grayish skin, gray blue skin, they are not so careful about us feeling pain when they extract stuff from us. So basically, when you get messed with Zeta Reticuli Greys, the experience is not that good. When you get messed with Orion Greys, it's a bit better. The experience is more, fulfilling, or at least nicer. So well, it's not all good, right? But it's also all not bad. They don't, well, they still hide themselves. They don't, at least they don't steer. They don't dominate us politically. At least we're not aware. But maybe there are other species in the galaxy that are worse than them. Maybe it would be good to know if one day we are confronted with these other kinds of guys. Like information is always useful, and here we are just kept in the dark, and this is not a good situation for the long-term, survivability of Earth, I think. Here talking about like the next thousands or millions of years, right? Like it's just not fair that we are isolated and kept in the dark like this about stuff that happens to us, right? Like if they would be fully external and they don't abduct anybody, they don't, but here they still mess a bit with us, and yet they still keep us in the dark, like that's just, I feel that it's unfair. They keep us in the dark, and while we're in the dark, we can't do, like, we are not sure of the correct path to get to a higher stage of civilization, and that's what profoundly annoying to me, is that, okay, I guess there is an aspect of, we won't mess with their natural growth or something. Yeah, but the natural growth of humans might not be compatible with galactic civilization if we don't know the rules of this galactic civilization, such as telepathy is like the norm. It would be useful to know that telepathy is the norm. It could be something that we could work on, as a civilization. But no. And I think this is not very useful for us as Earth humans to not know that telepathy might be the norm, for example. It's just not very. Yeah. This is not a gift, especially since I think that we are now at the stage of the evolution of our civilization, technological progress and cultural, secularism, that we can be exposed to these kinds of information, and these kinds of information can be useful to us, I think. Bon. Unfortunately, it's not like we have the choice. I mean, and that's also why I want to do my little website here, because I want humans to take these subjects in their own hands, like we need to be rebellious teenagers here, because if we're not rebellious teenagers, it seems like our parents, or uh, yeah, protectors or whatever, will not move the needle if we don't manifest, like an envy to, yeah, I want to know what's going on, dad. Please tell me, I'm old enough now. Even though I'm not like over age, I'm not 18, okay? I'm 16, but I want to know how the world works, please. Like the please give me the basics, because this isn't fair. Like, come on. It really feels to me like this is the position we're in. Like, well, to be fair, of course, this state that we're in is fairly recent. Like we don't know how old these civilizations are. Maybe these civilizations are like millions or billions of years old. So what does 50 years do to them? Maybe not much. Maybe it's not enough. But still, I think we're you know I think we still need to ask for more. One thing I think we are missing is that we don't really trust humans, so it might be hard for us to even trust aliens. Yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure, for sure. Because look, also they are so advanced. They are so advanced, so they could be manipulating us in all kinds of ways, of course. You know, but so can any other human on earth. Like every person you meet on the street, at the bus stop or something, can lie to you about everything, right, if they want. uh, Maybe every phone call you get from another humans is lies, yeah, and you can become paranoid. But well, I guess at some point you also need to live in the real world. You need to act, you need to and yeah, it can be confusing, and of course we will get, we will have to learn the hardships of interstellar diplomacy. I'm sure, but we need to start we need to start at some point, and the earlier the better, I think. um that's all. The earlier the better, given that I think we have the maturity, the technological and the cultural maturity, to handle those things with reason, and voilà. And calm, and yeah. And again, I don't want necessarily that tomorrow, all humans can go in every planet and I just want the first step. Like, let's stop the lies first, and then we can, start to, uh, start to work on ourselves to become a good, self-sustaining, you know, strong, interstellar civilization that can protect itself if needed. Because and maybe it will take a few decades, a few hundred years, right? Why not? Maybe, maybe this process takes a very long time. But I would rather have this process taking a very long time while I know what's happening rather than being kept in the dark. I think it's the worst. It's the worst to be kept in the dark like this. It's like we are kept in the dark, but at the same time, because these beings are not perfect, they are not actually keeping us all entirely in the dark, right? Like they also fuck up. Their ships crash, their abductions. Like some people wake up from the hypnosis or whatever, and they realize what the fuck's happening. Wow! These two guys next to my bed. Like they fuck up all the time. They are like us in a way. Like they have, even though they're very advanced and their mind is way superior, they're probably smarter and more powerful psychically or whatever, but they still make lots of mistakes. you know um so yeah, let's stop the bullshit. That's all. Maybe this process have already started, like our recent events, with just like slowly preparing us to ideas and stuff. Yeah, probably, maybe. Yeah, I mean, sure, because like for sure there have been some, at least inside the military, there seems to have been lots of changes, because even like Louis Elizondo and David Grush have said that some, like, during the Cold War especially, people have been killed to keep the secret on these things, you know and they're not being killed anymore, well, because David Grush and Louis Elizondo can talk without being dead, right? So things have changed and are changing. But is it because the administration and the culture of the administration have changed? Is it because, like, maybe the old administrations were full of Vietnam guys or World War II guys who were very rough and we're gonna kill everyone, and now they're full of more educated hipsters or something that just want peace, okay? I don't know. We need to save the environment, I don't know. Or maybe it's the aliens that have decided, okay, guys, it's okay now. I'll allow it. I don't know. One thing is crazy to me is like a pirate alliance. One thing is crazy to me. It's like a pirate alliance. So it's not like every alien civilization. Is more like or just individuals. I didn't understand this sentence. I guess the dictation didn't write that correctly. One thing is crazy to me is like a pirate alliance. So it's not like every alien civilization, is more like or just individuals. Can you repeat, please? Maybe slowly. I was trying to say, if we are being contacted not by a country or alliance of aliens, but rather individuals, yeah, who have like ulterior motives and want to take a country as a hostage. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That would be possible. But at the same time, since it hasn't happened yet, and the alien seems to have been there for a long time, I guess there are some form of, I mean, the simple fact that there is this general hiding of things seems to prove to me that they are all somehow respecting some rules, right? So somebody is enforcing some kinds of rules. with how they interfere with humans, right? Because abductions are allowed, limited interactions with the military are allowed, but public awareness is not allowed. Like, it seems to me like they're all following some rules or something. So maybe they do have some sort of, either they all agree with each other on things on their own, right? Like they all have the same constitution or something. Or maybe they are all part of the same organization that just applies the same rules across every species or something. But yeah, I mean, for sure. That's why I think we should be grateful in a sense. Even though I'm a bit bitter and annoyed by being kept in the dark, I'm also grateful that I guess the civilization or civilizations that are taking care of, that are watching over us, are fairly respectful, and it seems that they are principled. They have some principles that they respect while interacting with us, and that they don't interfere in our internal affairs very much, it seems, apart from limited interactions with some military elements, I guess. But like, since it seems that, Trump said that Barack Obama disclosed some classified information, so maybe Barack Obama is aware after all. He's just not allowed to say. Trump now seems to be aware but not allowed to say. Well, maybe they are influencing our political governments to an extent, but I guess the extent is not like that bad or that deep, because especially in democracies, in Western democracies, bon, you know, yeah, the politics are still mostly guided by people voting on non-alien subjects. Bon. And even on things that aliens seem, at least according to the witnesses, to despise, such as war, right? Like, I guess if Putin had a meeting with an alien, the alien would not be happy that he declared war to Ukraine, because the aliens always, sometimes say that, oh yeah, we are very primitive because we make war with each other so much. Like, that's so primitive to, humans are just primitive because they still kill each other. You know? So, I guess they are still, so even though they despise us and what we do, like war, they don't intervene, right? They just let us do the wars that we want to do, uh, you know, and while maybe Trump is aware that aliens are there, he's still going to threaten Iran with war or Venezuela with war, or he's still, he he still bombed the shit out of the, the Iranian nuclear facilities last summer. Bon, voilà. So, to me, it's a sign that, yeah, okay, aliens, you know, uh, strongly condemn our wars, but maybe they also refrain from intervening. Oh my god, it's 2 a.m. Oh fuck. What? Time passes so fast when we talk about aliens. Maybe a proof of our readiness would be enough of mental capacity to act as a single unit Earth. Yeah, I mean that seems like what they that seems like how they function, right? Like it seems like the Greys, and also the Nordics, and most of the, like, for example, there's been several witnesses that have recalled that when they had a conversation with a gray alien, uh, one thing that was told to them, and especially Whitley Strieber communion, right? When he talked with his aliens, they told him that talking to one is talking to all. So, meaning that all of their minds are somehow telepathically connected with all of the minds of their other, their same species, I guess, at least, you know? I'm not sure if there's interspecies communary telepathic communication. I'm not sure about that. But it seems at least that with the Greys, to an extent, talking to one is like talking to all. So, and yeah, and I can understand, and of course, and like, from this principle, I can understand very easily how they don't have wars, right? Because of course, if every individual in their society is connected with the thoughts, or maybe they have a big like homunculus of like collective thoughts that they share in addition of their own individual thoughts. I can understand why there's no wars, right? Because basically, like, all of the individuals are partly themselves, but they are also one collective individual, right? Like, there is their own mind of the brain that they have in their body, but there is also like the collective brain that they are a part of. So, they are at the same time them, and at the same time they are everyone. So of course there's no war, because there can't be war with an individual against itself, and since all these individuals are all one mind blob, of course there's no wars in their society, that's obvious, uh, if they are telepathic and they all share the same mind to an extent, partly, for sure. So like, in a way, maybe it's just easy for them to not have wars, because yeah, they share their thoughts live all the time. So when there is a disagreement between several, it's like, it would be like in a body, the left hand and the right hand never disagree with each other, right? They don't fight because they're part of the same body. Same here with them, it seems. So it's easy for them to not have wars, but of course with humans it's way harder, because we do not share one homunculus mind blob. We are each our own individual, separated from the other, from each other humans. Um, so in a way, each human is its own alien civilization, or at least each maybe alien species is like one individual, so of course it's easy for them to not have wars. It's way harder for us, you know so yeah, maybe if at some point in our evolution, and maybe that's why maybe that's what they're working on, when they are extracting the the gametes, right? The sperm and the eggs from women, and they are doing some weird, you know, genetically related things, it seems, or potentially. Maybe they try to crossbreeds the psychic people with each other to make more psychically aware humans for the future, to, you know, maybe in a few hundred years there will be enough of those psychically aware, you know, psychically predisposed humans to start the evolution of our civilization on the galactic stage or something. Maybe that's what they're that maybe that's why they're messing with us. I don't know, huh? But that's one possibility. Um, yeah, they are running breeding programs. Yeah, yeah. I mean, unfortunately, you know, that's the to infiltrate us. Yeah, probably, potentially, that's possible. I mean, you know, like a big. So you know, the men who get abducted, oh, it's even more taboo than just the abductions themselves. So, you know, people talk about this only when you question them a lot, and they feel very safe about that. But I've seen several abductees that describe that the men, when they're interacted with, sometimes they are made to have sex with somebody, the men and the women too, sometimes, without their will, without their consent. It's basically a alien rape, that they do. It's just that, you know, because they put you in this, you know, they manipulate your mind with their eyes or whatever, and they put you in this calm state, you know, where you just do what they what they told you, what they tell you. And so yeah, some men have have said to have forced to have sex with some humanoid alien people that did not, sometimes that did not look very human. They looked like a bit weird for humans, you know, like very strong how do you call this? I don't remember, but very strong. You know, the bone that is here, like strong, like wide eyes, humanoid, but not quite. Uh, some people have been also reporting to have been forced to have sex with other abductees. Um, you know, like for example, the African guy, Mototoa, Credo Mutua from South Africa. He describes in his abduction that he was made to have sex with a weird, you know, humanoid woman that looked like a woman, but it was like a weird kind of. It was not fully human. He could feel it. There's this other guy that went on Jesse Mitchell that described the same thing. Um, uh, and the guy from Jesse Mitchell also described to have been forced to have sex with a female, like a human, a woman abductees like him, and they both did not consent. They were forced, you know, by the aliens, basically. Um, yeah, and there are also some women who and this is like there's a lot of witnesses of that. Some women who describe that basically they get an abduction experience they get injected with something when they remember. Sometimes they don't remember, or they just remember like after, before. It depends. But sometimes they get messed with an abduction event. Then, like, they discover that they are pregnant, even though they did not have a boyfriend or something. Sometimes they have a boyfriend. Well, it happens. Sometimes they don't have a boyfriend, so they don't have sex, but they become pregnant, right? As if the aliens have injected some fetus in there. Then they wait a few months. The pregnancy, continues, and then after like 3-4 months, they get another abduction experience after like 3 or 4 months, and then after the abduction experience, the fetus is gone. There is no pregnancy anymore. The fetus have been extracted basically, uh, and sometimes a few years after these two events, and this is for both the women and the men. Sometimes the humans are presented by the aliens with the child, as if like, oh, we're gonna let you see the child that that is made with your genetic material, basically. Just to say hello. And sometimes, like, some different people describe the aliens only showing a child, like a an infant, like 2 years old or something, or 1 years old. Some, like, there is a guy from Jesse Michael that said that he was met with like a teenager, basically, like a the equivalent, the alien equivalent of a 12 years old or something, like with the and she had like a mainly alien face, just with like some weird humanoid traits, like she had hair, for example, even though most of the Greys don't have hair, you know and there's several cases like that where like both men and women describe being interacted with sexually, and then a few years later they get another abduction experience where they get presented the child once, and then they never see the child again. There's only one presentation, just to say like, look what you did, say hello, and then they never see the child again. Voilà. And they don't, and they cannot, and when they ask questions, nobody answers. Like, when they say, where are you from? Where are you going? Why did they do that? No answer. So yeah, and there's also rumors about them either modifying our genomes, or maybe sometimes there is this guy that has this space company, uh, Bigelow. Bigelow. This guy, Robert Bigelow. This guy, he has a space company, and he also studied the Skinwalker Ranch. And these guys and he also had some military contracts, that potentially had to do with some alien stuff. And he says that he regularly says that they are walking among us. He says they are walking among us. What do he mean by this? Are they walking among us like in society? Are they working in human military bases? Are they, like, how among us? I don't know. Among us. I don't know how among us they are, but that's what he says. They are walking among us. It is not really space. Yeah, I mean aerospace, or yeah. He had like a company to to do some space stuff or related. But yeah, he studied the Skinwalker Ranch for like 10 years or something. He owned the Skinwalker Ranch for 10 years. And he stopped because too many of his employees started to have like impacts on their health because they were being followed by weird ghosts and creatures at their home. So he said, "Okay, let's stop it. I'm going to have somebody killed. That's one day." That's why he sold the ranch. Yeah, he should start detection of genetically engineered humans. Yeah, yeah, but at the same time, I guess these civilizations they're probably so much more advanced than us than that you know, I guess even if they genetically engineer us, maybe we won't notice, you know, because we're not refined enough in our detection, I guess. We can still try. Yeah, we can still try it for sure. We can still try. Yeah, for sure. And also, I'm wondering if they're really like, yeah. I mean, they're probably engineering. Yeah. It's just that they're engineering because, you know, like, how can a human sperm be like, you know, for the guy that says that he was presented with a 12-year-old like gray child that, you know, said to him, "Hello, father." uh, I guess they must have a lot of genetic engineering to be able to make that happen, you know, like to mix some two interstellar species that do not have much to do with each other, or maybe we do, but bon, that are just physically very different. If they can make this work, I guess they can do anything, right? Like genetically, bon. It is the same with aliens. They were more careless before cameras. Yeah, yeah, probably, probably, yeah. But even though you know we have some UFO paintings, you know, like that describe weird UFO events. You know, like there is this these paintings from the 15th century, like Battle in the Sky, Germany. Voilà, Nuremberg. 1561 celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg. A mass sighting of celestial phenomena or UFOs above Nuremberg, then a free imperial city of the Holy Roman Empire. Ufologists have speculated that these phenomena may have been extraterrestrial spacecraft. Skeptics assert that the phenomenon was likely due to have been another atmospheric phenomenon, such as a sundog. Almost the print does not fit the usual classic description of the phenomena. Yeah, so basically, this old like illustration here described, and the writing also described that basically one day people saw these shapes in the sky uh, fighting each other basically. So big crosses in the sky, big cylindrical things like this, spheres, lots of spheres that would you know, interact with each other, fight each other, or you know, something that does look like UFOs, you know. So maybe there was a big alien battle or alien demo, military parade or something uh, in the sky of Europe, 16th century, you know. So maybe they've been here for a long time, huh? So yeah. And you should go to sleep. Yes, I should go to sleep. But hey, look, I don't talk about the subject that much, you know. So look, it was a very good opportunity for me to talk about this because it's one of the subjects that very interest me also because I think it's one of the areas that I'm pretty sure there's something behind this. I'm not sure what exactly, of course. I can infer things, but I'm sure there's something to uncover here, and that's just very interesting. And so there is something to uncover, it's like it's the new frontier of our time, like to me it's like to me it's crazy because it's one of the scientific frontier of our time that is just right here, and the scientific profession doesn't want to hear about, even though it's there. They'll there's too much witnesses and experiences, and there's too much military people saying that it's true, basically. Also, yeah. So yeah, exactly. Voilà. And now I will go to sleep because it's too late. So yeah, I will wish you all a good night. Thank you for the stream. It was very cool for the tech news and for the UFO topic. I'm always very interested in the subject, of course. So it's always a pleasure. And I will now leave you and wish you a good night. Good night, Taras. Good night, maybe not, I'm not sure. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone who's here. And see you. See you around. See you, see you, see you, see you, see you.